What is up, ScarKnight, bringing you a brand new day, pretty much. I don't know why I'm saying it's so self-explanatory. Today is day 41, titled being the routine, because I couldn't think of anything more clever that relates to Sylveon. But it's starting a new week, of course. Since it's being day 41, we ever since day 25 finished off with 1,500 Eevees and decided to take a break, and also trying to find out the truth whether it is even possible to get a Retromon by testing it out on Zubats and at this point now Oddishes. We both, when it comes to the both of them, 1,500 on Zubats and Oddishes, and as you can see the number is at, what's the number at? 2667. And we did double count once, and it was very weird because it was between 2444 to 2445. Like a phantom was in front of me and I double counted. I don't know why I did that. So it is -1. At least it's not -4 like last time. So that is 2666. So let's just go quickly cover that. But first, let's go over to see if the daycare is even ready. It lagged like a tiny bit when I pressed right there, but let's go check it out. Our last stream was our first ever stream on a Saturday. I mean, not necessarily true, because I'm pretty sure I streamed on Twitch before on Super Smash Bros. More likely on a Saturday. I don't know that for a fact. But the first ever Saturday stream on pretty much on this channel, and when it comes to Pokemon Xenoverse at least. So it was something special. I don't think that's kind of made up for the absence of Thursday. So I don't know. I'm trying to come up with something. I almost just had an idea just now. Seeing that it's basically October and all that. As we got 4 eggs, that's why I did that. Like when I was in the menu, I noticed that we had 3 eggs. That's the reason I was like, oh, we should probably check the egg to see if it's even available. But yeah, we're gonna go for, I don't know, we started a bit early. I just need to scrape off like a good 15 minutes of this stream. And I think I want to go up to 5 o'clock. Like I said, it's 11:26 a.m. right now, just breaking the 4th wall. So that's a good 5 hours and a half that I'm willing to do. The reason I want to end it at 5 o'clock and not 5:45 is because I really would like to shower. That's literally the only reason. And I know I could have done that before. Surprisingly, I woke up way early, and naturally, might I add, it wasn't I don't know, it was bizarre. Because I stayed up way longer than I needed to last night, as we got our one back yet again. I forget what time I fell asleep. I think it was closer to 5 a.m. I want to say, somewhere around that time, and I woke up at pretty much 9 o'clock. So a 4 straight up hours of sleep. I just woke up and yeah, I don't know. And I went over to get a soda, and I know I shouldn't in the morning or whatever. But I did it just to keep myself awake, and yeah, I don't know, it's a bit surprising. 2668. And I know I could have showered just beforehand, but I also, before I started the stream, watched Chuka Conroy's first episode of Kingdom Hearts. I never played any of the Kingdom Hearts games. I know that there's a lot of people's favorite games of all time, and I never played it. I've seen very, very few things of it too. Obviously I know it's a collab with Final Fantasy and Disney and such. But yeah, I don't know. Never got around to watching a Let's Play, so this is my first time interacting with it. And I don't know, yeah, it was the first episode, an hour in and such. It looks promising and stuff, for the most part, so I'm looking forward to it. I know a lot of people's more so favorites is Kingdom Hearts 2. But yeah, 2670. And I took my time yesterday doing the, I don't know, after I did the Saturday stream, for Sunday, I think that's when I did the count. I don't remember. it was pretty easy like doing it because it was just 4 hours worth of it, and it felt like I didn't get like a total of 300 because I don't even remember what number I started with. I'm pretty sure I was in the 2400s, like around 2476 or 2417, some shit like that. I don't know, I don't recall. But like there was other stuff, and I also kind of fell asleep pretty early on Saturday because I was beyond tired. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so I didn't have time to count it. I'm pretty sure I counted them all on Sunday. It was something like that. And yeah. But we got some stuff in store this week. I think what I could truly do to make up for last absence on Thursday is maybe instead, because Saturday didn't feel like I fully made it up, because like it was straight to 4 hours of stream, and the likelihood of what would have happened on Thursday had I recorded would have been more likely more than 4 hours. And I was considering like playing you know, Pokemon Archipelago and doing all that stuff, but you know, I never really got around to it. Like I got the Fire Red ROM, I just didn't patch the game because I just don't remember how to be honest with you. Shit, hold on, it just clicked away from me. But I'll figure it out. I had downloaded all the stuff that I needed to, so I just have to patch it fully and then just see if it works. And I got the graphics ready and everything. I guess what we could do for the following Thursday is have a variety hour day besides just Pokemon Xenoverse, even though I should continue with the number because 8,000 is quite a lot, I would say. It's quite a lot. I'm unmuted, right? Okay, good. I just had to check that. So I don't know, I'm thinking of a few things that we could do. Seeing it's almost October, again I'm breaking the fourth wall because it's September 29th today. Since the beginning of October, we could open on some good old packs. Like, we could open on some good old packs. Hopefully we get like about 20 packs to open, maybe even 30 if we're lucky. I don't know. Hopefully we got like a pretty good number of amount of them, because that would be nice. 2674. But yeah, if we do manage to get a like pretty significant number of packs, because besides, like, I'm almost at 120 right now, actually. I'm almost at 120 right now, and I should get 50 more from the ranks, even though I the majority of the time lost in that. I think I only won like one match in the entirety, even when I was streaming it. That was, I don't know, if anything, those rank matches was the most I had. Like, the 5 matches was official, because I don't even think ranking was even available. I don't remember. It was something like that on the first one or whatnot. I see that the preview screen hasn't updated. I hope I'm not in the Be Right Back screen. That would suck so hard if it is. Hold on, let me just check. It looks like it's fine. But yeah, that's for the most part. Yeah, because we can have a super variety day. And I say that quote unquote. I'll figure something else out as well. But we could also, of course, the fucking preview now shows the Xenoverse thing. But, you know, we could also play Pokemon Archipelago for the first time. And 2675. And besides that, yeah, we'll think of something. We'll think of something. It's not gonna be much Xenoverse, but we'll see what we can do. So I don't know. I'll think of calling it the variety hour. I just don't think that'd be the most accurate. It's gonna be primarily Xenoverse, so maybe like, I don't know. It just depends. Maybe like the last 2 hours we'll do something, because it is just 10 minutes of just that. And I need to remember, because I forgot to do this last time, to basically raise up the Valium to 10 rather than where the Valium is now when it comes to TCG Pocket, because I forgot to do that last time, 2676. Because like the first time I had recorded TCG Pocket for the thing, I lowered the volume down and you could barely hear TCG Pocket, and I was meaning to do that the second time and I didn't remember to, so I'll be sure to do that when I get the chance. I just need to remember. I feel like I'm gonna forget, so hopefully either y'all remind me or I'll just like, they'll just send me, it's like, oh, by the way, this volume is fucking low, because it's like at a 6 when it should just might as well be at a 10. I don't really know. So that's gonna take like a good hour, depending if the game even functions. So maybe I should start with TCG Pocket, you know, let it wear off, and then maybe towards the end play Archipelago. I don't know. I'll try to focus on like the last 2 hours maybe. So maybe for sure Thursday I'm gonna have to start at 11 a.m. to make everything work. So I at least have like 3 hours of me trying to kill off these auto-shows. The deforestation project yet again. But yeah, I mean, this is our last evolution. I mean, we could do Bandian tomorrow, which I think I'm gonna, now that I think about it. 2678. Because we did do Drachia before already. I mean, this is, the, you know, Drakion, or Scaleon I should say, not Drakion. Scaleon already had 2 thumbnails. You know, there was already one in the actual Xenoverse episodes, and now Scaleon has a second one. So yeah, eventually I'll do the shiny Pokemon and the vintage. I'll probably do vintage next, because shiny evolutions would be a bit weird, but you know, sure, why not? Maybe eventually, if it takes me that long, which more likely it will, if I'm crazy enough to also do Zubats and go for 8,000 on that. And I really don't want to teach or you know, continue the story just for Surf. Like, I don't give a shit if it takes me 3 seconds just to get Surf and move on. I'm not gonna do it, like, because that's progressing the story in my book. So yeah. Speaking of progressing the story, an update with Pokemon Archipelago 2680. I mentioned before, like, I was trying to do main character work, and I mentioned, like, okay, well, since this main character knows Roxy, then Roxy's been in Burbank City, the likelihood of her coming from a different region, at least to temporarily go to Burbank City just for, I don't know, it feels weird that like she would temporarily just be in Unova or whatever, just because, or I don't know. 2681, because if they knew each other since they were kids, then like the main character is also more likely from Unova. But like, I don't know. Hey, how's it going, Fo? It's good, man. But yeah, so far, like, the Archipelago people, I don't know if it's just Noodle or if it's Shen too, but they've been kind of, I don't know, it feels like they were talking to each other at some point, because they're talking some stuff that I don't understand right now, because they're progressing with a lot of gym leader stuff, which I thought we were supposed to go on the story in order, but yeah. So apparently the main character, along with Roxy, who's already an established character from Unova, is from the Faro region, whatever that is, I'm not really sure. As we got like another one, 2682. Currently tearing my hair out with the new Monster Hunter Wilds update. Is it bad or something? I'm not really sure. But yeah, it's kind of a weird decision with the whole Faro region thing, so I have to talk to him about that. And the grass gym leader is established, even though like the way Noodle described this person, he's just like a oh not my problem type of person. As the grass gym leader is like, why are you talking to me? Talk to a better trainer to handle this situation. It's just hard. Oh damn. That, you know, when I was playing the demo for Monster Hunter, I think it was 4, like you said, I don't remember what it is. I could just check the 3DS right now to find out, but I remember it being difficult. Like, you know, because I'm just a filthy casual, so I never played a Monster Hunter game, but like from my experience being a noob, that shit was difficult for me. Not sure if you played the BMF fight that has in world, but it's hard like that. Yeah, no, I only played the demo, and that's as far as it goes when it comes to Monster Hunter. I can't even say what you put. Behemoth? Is that what you try to put? Behemoth, I don't know. No, I only fought like 3 monster enemies. There was the fucking giant rabbit that was like a fucking monster, a dragon from the water, or a sea monster of some kind, and I wanna say, I don't know, yeah, Behemoth, missed an E. I think the last one was like a tiger hamster thing. I don't recall. I could be making that up, but I feel like there's 3 of them. Because it reminds me, something about it I'm like correlating to that reminds me of that tiger hamster thing from Star Wars 2. I don't know. Is it just 2 of them or 3? I don't remember. I might have to check back on the demo again. Behemoth has arguably one of the hardest monsters in the game. It was a crossover from Final Fantasy. Yeah. By definition, I always kind of saw as Behemoth as like just kind of like a general term for like a monster. Like Behemoth is like, oh, he's a gigantic abomination of a creature or something. It's not really. I mean, maybe I could be wrong about that, but I always thought it was like it's just calling like a creature a monster to me. Like when someone calls that Behemoth, or even an abomination. Like that's another example. I don't know if it is a classified creature already, that there's something specific with the Behemoth, but I'm sure that's just the name of it. But I always saw it as like, yeah, it's a monster that's gigantic, and that's an abomination in the nature, I guess. Let's see, or like some type of beast. 2686. Behemoth was arguably one of the. Oh no, never mind. I already read that. Okay. I do wonder if I'm gonna end up getting tired later, because I really have no idea. 2687. There was at one point Saturday when I was skimming through it that I feel like I ran into the phantoms the most. It was a slower day than usual, but there was a good point, like kind of towards the end, like the latter half, that was like, I swear I got like 8 phantoms in a row or something like that. I want to say this was like the 3rd hour entering the 4th hour or something like that. There was like a lot of phantoms, like a lot. And I don't know, I haven't been keeping track on like the streaks and chains of how many of one Pokemon I've been getting, but yeah, Behemoth is a lot of things. It's a monster from Final Fantasy that was also hard in its game, but I think it's a monster in mythology too. Is it really? Because I don't know by definition what a Behemoth is, if it is like a specific creature. Because I could kind of imagine like a random person who's like, back you Behemoth, like you would just say that, you know? Or like, back you Fiend. Like I know Fiends are a little bit more specific, because Fiends could be like, you know, like kind of like, I don't know, they're usually depicted as like pale demons or some shit. 2689. So I guess, I don't know, I guess yeah, Fiends and Behemoths as a word is similar to me. But yeah, I mean, fiends don't always are depicted as gigantic a lot of the time, though. So I don't know, but they're pretty similar words. I never really thought about it. Slam. Oddish, 2690. But yeah, I think, shit, like later tonight or something, I'll talk to Noodle again about my approach. I don't think he's got to go down with the idea that the main character's from Unova, because I'm sure he just wants them from a whole different region or some shit like that. But does it really have to be a whole different region? Why can't it just be the region that he's already at? And that they are childhood friends with Roxy, and it could be like a fucking Zoom call for all I know. Because it doesn't make sense if you want it not to be a known region, but then you're gonna move them to a new region anyway. Because if it's a brand new region, why isn't the... I don't know. 2691. Come on, why isn't it... There we go, it's fucking delayed. I was trying to click back on the page. Wait. Why is my Google... That's weird. My Google was blinking orange. I was like, what? I'm already running out of moves. 2692. I already forgotten how many I started with. I think I started with... There's no way I started with 17, right? Damn. That was actually pretty fast. If I did start with 2617. Unless it was 77 and I'm just tripping, I don't know. 2693. It probably was 77, I don't know. 17 and 77 are similar enough, I guess. So yeah, we should be getting close to 3,000, I imagine. Alright, 4 body slams. 2694. We could, let me try to check what's the definition of behemoth. Behemoth definition. Because now I'm curious. It just says a huge or monstrous creature. I had a feeling it was a vague term. Something enormous, especially a big and powerful organization. The fuck? Shoppers are now more loyal to their local stores than to faceless behemoths. Alright, it's a Hebrew mythology, or origin, I mean. Late Middle English from Hebrew, behemoth, intensive, plural, behemoth, beast. Is that, I feel like whatever definition they were going for with like LGM to BHM, I don't know. Maybe, shit, I don't even know. I had a feeling it was a general term. 2695. But like in the world of Monster Hunter and like Final Fantasy, like how do they see it? Do all behemoths look the same? Are they similar? I wouldn't know. It just says it's a beast. A beast from biblical book of Job. Behemoth and Leviathan. I do see Leviathan very similar as well. But a lot of people depict Leviathan as like a water creature, no? Even though Leviathan as a name doesn't sound like it's related to water at all. I don't know, 2696. Because it always kind of sounded like, it always kind of sounded like it comes from a labyrinth, like Leviathan or something. Behemoth is a lot of things. It's a Wait, have I? No, I didn't read this. Behemoth's a lot of things. It's a monster from Final Fantasy that was also hard in its game, but I think it's a monster in mythology too. Unless I did read it. My bad if I did. There's a whole YouTube video that's like 1 minute and 12 seconds long. I don't know why crocodile is being like in there. Okay. Interesting though. Maybe instead I should like Google search it. I'm sure that the Final Fantasy one will pop up rather than like what people kind of consider it. Hold on, images. If it lets me, come on, phone register. Thank you. Shit. Oh, that picture's weird. It's a picture of elephant. It's like an elephant, and then some. It looks like it's almost like troll, but like ogre hands grabbing onto his like pronounced stomach. He almost looks pregnant. It's like the stomach's out. That's what pops up in the behemoth picture in Wikipedia, black and white. And then there's like a lot of bestial things. Such a weird picture. Seeing like a hippo type of beast creature on here, kind of with like a horse's tail. That's just what it reminds me of. Very like the same flesh as a hippo, but kind of almost skeletal in a weird way. Oh well, here's an actual hippo. What the fuck? Here is one behemoth to another. Do you think I'm cute? This is a hippo to another hippo. Behemoth, an enormous creature described in the Bible, probably the hippopotamus, hence any very large animal. Okay, well they made it more general than last time. So yeah, this one basically looks like a mammoth, but like kind of a different stature. This one's like a mammoth. He has the horns on top of his head like an ox too. It's kind of interesting because he has the tusk and the horns. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Alright, well I had enough looking at all those. 2697. Yeah, if I were to look at the Discord right now, this is kind of what I've read. Just basically everything that I told you besides today, because you pretty much know everything for the most part. It starts off with this, because it kind of almost implies like they had a separate conversation that's not within the Discord, unless I was just not paying attention. But could this be the shiny Eevee? Please. Damn it. I don't even know what number we're at. Are we at 781? We're at 781. We're not at 781. We're at 181, no? 181? Let's get up. Hopefully it is. It seemed too soon. I don't think the guy's gonna have an egg for me. Unfortunately. Oh, he does have an egg. What the fuck? Alright, that's interesting. Oh, we have 181 already. Damn it. Well, that sucks. to you. I never keep track of how many Eevees I actually have. I always forget. 182. Oops, I didn't mean to press that. Alright, let's go fly over, back over here. 182 eggs. Okay, now we go back to the box. And let's go check. Oh, that reminds me actually. 182. So attack down, speed is up, adaptability, ability. The attack is shit. Speed is closest to perfect IVs. Timid nature, somewhat of a clown. So the other day, I think it was Friday, right? It wasn't 156. I looked at the wrong one. I think it was. Hold on, what number is this? It was actually 152. 152 has the shit stats. Its speed is 0, special attack is 1. I kept saying 156 and it wasn't true. 156 is this one that I kept showing, but I didn't actually look at the stats when I was introducing it. So yeah, it was 152 if you were trying to look for it. This guy right here. And this day was September 17, whatever that day was. Wait, so September 17, this one's September 19, right? Oh, 18. So the day before whatever day that you were looking into. Oh, actually, no. What? Careful nature. Oh, it hatched on the 19th. Wait, hold up. So we got it the day before, so that was like the egg towards the end. This one, yeah, I got this one the day before, so it might have been like one of the last ones. Interesting enough. Let's go right here. Alright, let's get our eggs. So, yeah, in case you were curious, because I know you were trying to look into it. I do remember also saying that 161 or something like that was also the more likely candidate for all of this or whatnot. Let's see. Let's go over here. Okay, I'll take a look at your thing right now. Sorry, I was looking at playing Monster Hunter. What was your question? I think the question at the time was like, what does the BHM looks like at Final Fantasy or Monster Hunter? Because like a lot of the Google images kind of depict it as like hippos and mammoths and elephants and shit like that, and like that giant awkward dinosaur that wasn't really a dinosaur per se. Kind of looked like if it's like a mixture of a hippo if it was elongated. I don't know how to describe it better than that. Almost like a plesiosaur, but it like on land, I guess. Because I was trying to look up images, and the Wikipedia picture of a behemoth is very weird. Because it's like a weird elephant, but like with the body of a troll. Like if it lived under the bridge and it had like a very pronounced stomach that looked pregnant. Now, I don't know how I feel about that. 2698. But for the most part, a lot of it keeps on like having these like elephant mammoth monsters, and I thought one of them was cool on one of the pictures, like a water buffalo horns on top, and they still have like the tusk of an elephant. Everything else was pretty much an elephant too. Sent you a pic, but it doesn't really show scale that well. Just know it's freaking huge. Okay, I'll take a look at it. I think, you know, before I looked up on the images, I kind of always thought that like there was some type of a beast that's closer to, you know, like a wolf or a lion or something. 2699, and it always kind of threw me off when behemoth when I searched up Google kept showing me hippos and elephants and shit like that. So I thought, if anything, this picture is closer to a behemoth in my mind. So yeah, that does make more sense to me, strangely enough. And this is the one in Final Fantasy or Monster Hunter? I'm guessing Monster Hunter. Because the picture, it almost looks like a saber-toothed tiger, but like, you know, you kind of see there's like barely any fur. It's only like the mohawk top of his hair on top of his head, and there's like no other fur whatsoever. You just see like pure muscle. And then it has like the teeth kind of similar to a saber tooth, not quite as long, and it's like bluish and purple, pink, I don't know, but the mohawk's brown, and it has really long horns. I'm just describing for people in the VOD. And we got 2700. Nice. The answer is yes, they brought it over to the Monster Hunter thing. Yeah. Oh, from okay, both basically. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, as I was saying before, the story writing section with the archipelago, it was very weird, and like I said, I could tell that they were talking, because it starts off the conversation saying, "Noodle, you in the dock?" He put, "Yup." "Okay, anything on the champion?" "I left that since that's pretty important." He put, "Nothing, no rush though." And Shin says, "Got it, I'll keep writing." And then he put, "I really like how in Gen 3, Stephen Wallace, the champion, was part of the story, even if it's a small role quest. So maybe we can add something about it. Close friend to Looker. He's informed him about some experiments they had to Pokemon in the labs or something like that. Nothing major, really just an example." He put, "Oh yeah." Noodle put, "Hell yeah, you're doing great. You cool with the grass and bug leader?" Noodle put, "Bug is perfect, but I plan on the grass later gems being a forest. Love something like Gardenia's gem." And then he starts talking about more so about that. And then Shin put, "I'll rewrite it. I mainly imagine her chatting with the townsfolk, but that could be after you beat her." 2701. But can be after you beat her, yeah. And then Noodle puts, "That works." Shin put, "Yo, Noodle, mind checking the water gem?" Noodle put, "I love it. Will she also be outside her gym at times like Eclair?" Which is, Eclair's the name of the grass gym leader now, I guess. Shin put, "If you like." Noodle put, "Also, I don't know if I mentioned this, but her gym is not exactly... Oops. It's not exactly a gym, just like the rock and grass gym, but more of a location by the ocean with a strong current with the waves pushing the players in a direction." And he basically shows the picture of like that Team Aqua place where, like, you know, you try to battle Archie and there's like a bunch of currents. Anyway, and then he just put "works." So like, you know, all this isn't new information for me. And then I checked the doc and they updated it a lot. And I'm all like, I don't know what point they had the conversation, but they had like their own separate conversation. I'm like, I don't know. So yeah, it was a bit weird. Like, I'm fine with the gym talk. It's just like, though, in the beginning with like the doc, it was talking about the character, like I said when I was talking earlier. Because like I started talking about it as he showed up, but like they mentioned that the main character and Roxy, since they knew each other from childhood, that they're from the Faro region. And I was trying to come up with character work for the character, for the main guy, and 2703. And since Roxy's an established character that's already young, I kind of had in my head that she's from Unova. So like if they know each other from childhood, then more likely the main character is also from Unova, you know? So that's kind of what I had in mind. Because it'd be kind of weird just to be like, oh, they're from this other region and like, blah blah blah, and then add more lore that doesn't really exist for Roxy. But yeah, for the main character, I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but I was trying to consider like possibilities of what could make it work for the main character's story. You know, I was considering some stuff because like if they're from Unova, then like, you know, what's something in Burbank City that's pretty pronounced? And like, this isn't ideas that I settled with. I kind of settled with this other idea that I have to pitch for them. But in my head, I was thinking to myself, Burbank City has like the generators down south where you could find like growliths or whatever, and like battle electricians and construction workers or whatever it is. I think you could find growliths there, unless it was Flockacy Ranch. I don't remember where you could find in that generators section. But I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. It's either something related to that the parents would be pronounced in, or either that or Pokestar Studios, where like the parents, like either the dad or the mom is a movie star. But I wasn't too sold on the idea 2706 because it feels a bit weird, like, but honestly it makes the most sense, like if they were family friends with Roxy and her dad, because her dad's a captain of the boat that, like, you know, goes back and forth to Castelia City and Burbank, and like the whole story with them two is that, you know, Roxy is a multitasker, that she pretty much, you know, like she juggles between being a musician, you know, playing the guitar and having a rock band, to also being a gym leader. And then the captain, like the dad thinks, oh, I could do that too. I could be a captain and a movie star. 2707. So that's that whole storyline. So I don't know. Initially, I'm all like, that does make the most sense if, like, for example, like the dad is like a movie star and they're really close with the dad captain. So like when they're going to this other region, he's like, I really would like you to come, you know. I could find you a job position since it's a chain of islands, you know. They might need captains with your expertise, and if you decide to join me, then I could find you like a movie role. And I feel like that's a plausible enough reason for him to go to, because both of them are going together to this new region. But I don't know. By the way, I'm listening, just very distracted. Yeah, you're good. I had a feeling you were listening. Monster Hunter takes a lot of focus. But yeah, that was the initial idea. But then, like, the new one I had, I'm all like, okay, so if it's not anybody related in Burbank, then more so the better idea, 2709, of something that could tie in with Type Null and the main character, you know, that's like another layer for it, is maybe have the character related to a known character that already exists. And I was thinking more so Faba, which is like the Aether Foundation guy that has psychic Pokemon, like he has like a Hypno and other psychic Pokemon in his team. And the reason for it is because Faba, you know, is the one that pretty much experimented on Type Null, practically created him. I don't know that for a fact. I assume he has a lot to do with it, but I know for sure he has something to do with this helmet. And that got Type Null everything about him. But one issue is I don't know this for a fact, 2710. I don't know if Faba is related to Gladion or Lily, because Gladion and Lily, you know, Lucamine's the mom. They never talk about the dad, and like, I don't know if Faba's the dad, because they're both blonde, and I know that like there's multiple people that are blonde, but like, I don't know, they did no mention of the dad. It's either that they're unaware that Faba's the dad, or he's just simply not the dad or something. I don't fucking know. That's why I wasn't too sure about it. Because it would make sense if Gladion and Faba are related. But that's why, I don't know. 2711. The dad is on another island but forgot his memories. That's established? With Gladion and Lily? Actually, yeah, no, yeah, that does, you know what? Yeah, that does sound familiar. Yeah. So he has no recollection of his family. Okay, I think that does sound familiar. I have to look into it. I did forget about that. Okay, well, I mean, regardless, if Gladion was related to Faba, the connection with him, because Gladion has a lot to do with Type Null as well, so their connection would have been good. But that was my thoughts in my head when it comes to that, because I have completely forgotten about it. That's why I was a bit hesitant with it too. So yeah, I was considering Faba being the father of the main character, and I had asked them over the weekend, like 2712, like what the main character would look like. I don't really. I mean, he had put pictures up for examples on like what he would like his male character to look like and his female character to look like. The male character I'm not too crazy about because he's kind of, I don't know how to describe him. He looks like a I don't know what's the best and nicest way to say this. I have no idea. He's just not my favorite. I'll just put it that way. The female character, on the other hand, is blonde and everything, and he wants her to have like a straw hat. And in my head, I didn't tell him this yet, but I feel like the female character works perfectly, you know, being blonde and everything, because that's all the reason I need for Fabo to be the father. And if I play the game, I'm picking the female character. But yeah, I'll tell him about this and see how he feels about it, because it would layer around and create more correlation to make that work. Because I can't think of anything better than that. 2713. Because like I said, the whole reason I'm like avoiding the movie star being the parent character is because I don't know. I don't mind that being a character separated, but I want that separated from the main character. I don't want the main character to be like, oh, by the way, I have a movie star parent or whatever, and then we have that in the region where they're playing a movie, because I don't think he's gonna want to code that. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think Faba would be a lot more important to deal with, that you could do a lot of storytelling with. There is a scene in game where he shows up to Lucamine's museum and the son asks her if she's okay with them walking away, and she lets it go. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. I need to see that footage again, to be honest with you, because that completely escapes my mind. Like, the father is like the most minorest part of Sun and Moon that I just don't remember. And I practically played that game twice, considering we had to do Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. But yeah. What if he's not the father at all and it is Faba though? That'd be crazy. No, I'm kidding, I don't know. 2714. I'll look into it. And yeah, I was also gonna say that, like, you know, since Faba does look older, and like if that gets brought up, then like I could point out that Lucamine is over 40 years old, maybe even closer to 50 years old, you know? And that she has like kids that are 10 or 13 or however old they are. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm not sure what's your opinion of if you like the idea of Faba being the father of the archipelago's, you know, main character. Because if they're bringing Aether Foundation and stuff, it would make a pretty good connection, I feel. Because Burbank City only has like 2 known things. Well, 3 if you want to include the creek. Because there's like a whole riverside bridge thing. So that you could have them, we could have the parents be like the river cleaners, I guess, or whatever, the canal cleaners. But then there's generators and Pokestar Studios, and that's as far as it goes. I was considering possibly Sabrina too, but she's too young, I feel. And she just became a movie star, so that's kind of the reason why I avoided Sabrina. Because, yeah, I don't know. Like, she's at least 26 or some shit. Or at most, I should say, 27-16. Like, I don't know how old she is in the anime. I think she might have been like 16 or something. But like, movie star Sabrina is like 26 years old or something. I don't know. That's my guess, at most. Like I said, at most. I'm not saying she is 26. But she looks very much like an adult now. Not a day over 26. But I don't know, that was just a consideration. I was thinking of ideas of what to do. And hopefully the Faro region shit doesn't stick, because I don't know. Like I said, just having them come from a whole different region that's already made up. It's like, why you gotta have them from a region that's made up when you're going to a region that's made up also? It's like, just have them live here. It's because they want the childhood connection, I guess, but like, I don't know. It's either you're alluding to the other region that you're coming from to be a prequel of your game or a sequel of your game, but I don't think that was the intention, so that's why I'm kind of against it. Because, yeah, I don't know. Let's see here. So hopefully they like the idea of Faba. They don't have to go with that either, bro, because I don't really like Faba as a character anyway. He just feels like, oh, I'm an evil scientist that works for them, and they turn out to be evil anyway, type of vibe. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. He also wants to put Looker, shit, I don't know why I'm saying that all weird. The fucking police guy. And a lot of people isn't crazy about him. I'm not either, for like weird reasons. 2717. What'd you put? Oh no, that's the same one. Never mind. Because it feels weird for me that he feels like such a regular person to me, Looker. Because I don't know, he only has a Krogunk, and he doesn't feel like a battler. And I don't know, I just don't like how normal he feels. Like, I feel like if you're gonna have to be a good detective or a good policeman or anything to do with that, 2718, then you have to be formidable against like a pretty prominent evil villain. Because, like, what the hell is Looker gonna do against Ghetsis, for example? Like, Ghetsis is way too strong. Having like a level 65 Hydreigon and shit, what are you gonna do with your Krogunk that you don't train? I don't know. So it was really hard for me to believe, like in Platinum version, when he was trying to take down like the rest of Team Galactic and all he had was Krogunk and shit. Like, he doesn't even have a Growlithe as far as I know. So I don't know. I'm not a fan of him. Other people just find him annoying. Like, I don't really care for him pretending to be a super spy and hiding behind obvious shit or whatever. So, I don't know. I just don't like him for different reasons. Because Annabelle, on the other hand, like, I would put Annabelle in there for the police role rather than Looker. But if they want to put Looker, then so be it. I just kind of don't give a fuck about him. I feel like what I'm saying is fair. I don't know. Annabelle's much stronger, and she's also a better policeman. Unless they want to put Nanu as well, 2719. Nanu just feels like he doesn't give a fuck, though. Annabelle would be a more, like a bigger threat. Because in my mind, I feel like Battle Frontier brains and everything are, like, you know, since Elite Four is only limited to 4 of the strongest trainers, along with the champion being above all 4 of them, like, Battle Frontier brains are like next in line to be Elite Four. Like, they're stronger than gym leaders, weaker than the champion, and I feel like they could contend with the Elite Four. Cause like Brandon, for example, has 3 Reggies and shit. Like, why wouldn't he be part of the Elite Four? He's not gonna be a first gym leader, that's for damn sure. 2720. That's just like one example. But yeah. That's just kind of a thought I had. Because Annabelle, she's like a psychic trainer. Her team, I don't know. I never really liked the battle tower because you have to do a crazy amount of battles just to see Annabelle. And I'm pretty sure to get to the silver emblem, you have to do 70 battles, which is insane. Looker's just a guy that keeps ending up in situations. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like him. It's just, he's not strong for shit. The last time he was in the main series was Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Yeah, I remember him being in there. I honestly would just replace him with Annabelle. Annabelle would be so much more useful and more believable and feels like a super spy rather than Looker being like just a detective that can't fight back. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Hopefully I didn't double count that. But yeah, Annabelle has like Latias and a Raikou just straight off the bat, and she also has Alakazam and I think Espeon. I forgot what other Pokemon. I don't know, her team's insane sometimes. I think she also has like a Snorlax. It's like interchangeable. I think it depends on the emblems you get. Like I think Silver Emblem is like, I think her team was like Alakazam, Snorlax, Espeon, I think, and then Gold Emblem is like, I don't know if she keeps the Snorlax or she keeps Alakazam, but I swear that the other one's like along with Raikou and Latias or some bullshit. Like when I looked at it a long time ago, and I did look at it recently, so I don't know how the fuck I'm forgetting. It's like insanely crazy what you have to deal with. 70 battles. Or maybe it was 49 battles, or maybe I'm thinking because of both. It's like 49 then 70 or some shit. I don't know. It's a crazy amount just to reach her. And it's just nothing but straight up battles. Back to back, 3 versus 3. 27-22. It's just, I don't know. Battle Towers was never my favorite. It's just way too many. But yeah. Let's see here. Slam. Okay, let's go count this one. 27-23. For a bit once there you go. Hold on. Okay. Alright, I'm back. I just had to text right quick because I forgot to text back. To look at some other facts too. At least I know that he played Platinum version, because when he was talking about Gardenia Gym, because I was starting to think that he just barely played any Pokemon games, or like, you know, was just like casually playing them. 27-24. Because like I said, he didn't know. He admitted that he never played Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and that's where Type Null comes from. Like that's his debut generation and everything. And what was the other thing? Shit. There was something else that he mentioned that he didn't know about. But at least I know he played Platinum if he knows Gardenia Gym. 27-25. Then again, now that I think about it, Gardenia Gym, he played Diamond and Pearl though, because that's the actual Forest one, because the Platinum version Gardenia Gym is just like a flower colloq and everything. Because Diamond and Pearl has like all the trees everywhere and all the trainers are hidden and shit. Huh. I don't know if it's rude for me to ask him which Pokemon games he played. Because I really just want to tell him, dude, please play Sun and Moon, and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, or at least watch a playthrough, please. I don't know if it's rude to say. It probably is, but I don't know how else to say it. It's like, bro, you gotta know your resources. Don't just rely on the story writers. I'll just like subtly, well, not really subtly. I'll just say it, but like not in a blunt way. I'll just casually have it, you know, like laying down a tip, leaving the restaurant. 2727. You know what I mean? Like it'll be obvious, but then I'll just keep on going. It's not you know, spotlighting that. I guess that's my plan. 2 more body slams. Okay, 27, 28. A little bit of delay on my thing. Okay. Let's see. From you. Just lost again about Looker. He isn't meant to fix the problem, he just leads the people to the problem so he can fix it. They can fix it. You're lost again about Looker? What do you mean? He isn't meant to fix the problem, he just leads the people to the problem so he can fix it. So they can fix it. Okay. I think I understand what you're saying towards the end part. Yeah, I mean that's what it feels like. I mean he's not a very good detective, is the thing. Hold on, 27, 29. No, I took another L. Oh shit, like a Monster Hunter, I'm guessing. Yeah, because from what I remember in Platinum version, like Looker infiltrated Team Galactic, but he didn't do anything with it. He was more so spying. And his dumbass almost exposed himself inside the fucking hideout. He was like, hey, it's me, and took off all his disguise to reveal himself in front of a fucking grunt, no less. And it's lucky that they didn't see him. And yeah, the player mostly did everything. He could have done it without Looker, because, you know, he did manage to go inside the hideout himself. It wasn't Looker that did that. So I don't know. I don't really buy him being a good detective for shit, to be honest with you. He even in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, he detected Ultra Beast. You know, anybody could do that. Looker isn't meant to be very strong at all. It's just good enough to blend in. That's his whole joke, since he could look like anyone. That's why I kind of just don't give a fuck about him. Annabelle for me. If we're gonna have a police character, we put Annabelle. If it was up to me, that's what I would have put. It's a more interesting choice. It's the more reliable choice. It's the more believable choice. And Annabelle needs more spotlight anyway, and not Looker. I feel like Looker already has plenty of spotlight. If anything, and I'm sure people would agree with me on this, and Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, if I recall correctly, he ended up there because of an Ultra Wormhole. So he's very lost, dude. He ended up there because of an Ultra Wormhole? I think it was Annabelle that was because of an Ultra Wormhole. I think Looker was... Didn't he initially go there for vacation or some shit? Or because of the Ultra Beast specifically? Like he was looking for them? I need to see a playthrough myself. It's been like 2 years since I seen somebody play it. It might not be true. It might have been just a year. Because I watched About Time Joey play it. But they didn't get far enough in the game and the post game for me to see it. Pretty sure you find him there on the beach if I recall right. Okay, I'll look into it. But yeah, no. But I was gonna say, like, I'm sure people would agree that Looker has more screen time than Annabelle, because Annabelle, it's, you know, I feel like not everybody faced her in Emerald version. That's a pretty good safe assumption that the majority of people that played Emerald version didn't fight her in Emerald version. And that'd be the only game that they face her in. And it's post game in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I don't know if you face her in Sun and Moon. You might have. But it's a post game thing, and like the more likelihood that people playing those games and fought her, it's a bigger case that, yeah, it is more likely possible or whatnot. But yeah, I think even less screen time than Looker for sure. So I think she's deserving of more screen time. And yeah, I don't think I'm the only one that thinks so. Yeah, but the majority of the community actually like Looker, so it'd be hard to sell it to people. I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like people don't like Looker. That's most of the community that I see. From what I've seen, people keep calling Looker annoying. Like I said, when I was bringing up the whole thing, I don't really care for the. I don't really mind him pretending to be a super spy and hiding behind poles and shit. But from people that I've seen and see people talk about in the community, they find that shit annoying. They're like, why is he showing up on this game or whatever? I've seen a lot of people complain about that. 2733. And that's why I was saying that I don't like him for different reasons. Not the same as the majority of the community that don't like him. I mean, why not have both as competing cops, detectives? Nah. Looker has plenty of screen time. People implied that Looker's also in red, blue, and yellow looking for Team Rocket, because they said he was like a global police force or whatever the fuck. What else? But I don't recall if... I don't know if he's in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. He's in Oras, I'm pretty sure. Briefly. Obviously he's in Platinum version. I don't know if he's in Black and White or Black 2 and White 2. And I wouldn't be surprised. He is in the X and Y anime. I think he is in the post game in X and Y. Perhaps a young punk Looker. Oh, no, I'm good. Nah, I'll spare myself from Looker. Like I said, too much screen time. He is in X and Y in the post game, I'm pretty sure. But if not, then he is for sure in the anime on there. Sun and Moon, we already know that he's on there. Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Also, a young punk Looker wouldn't work because, like, you know, he already has his established age as a middle-aged man. If we're keeping Roxy the same age, then it wouldn't make sense to make Looker younger. 2735. Yeah, this isn't shit that I'm making up. Like, the people, I've seen a lot of people dislike Looker. And that's why I say that I have different reasons not to like him. Because I don't share those opinions of the people. Because, like I said, they just find him annoying. I don't think he's annoying. I just don't think he's strong enough. And that's kind of, I don't know, 2736. Like I said, he to me, he just feels like closer to a regular person. Like, he's no different to me than... Let me try to compare somebody else in the anime. What's a good comparison? Oops, I didn't mean to buy some. 2737. I swear the internet's like behind or something. I would click on the page and it takes a minute. I don't know what's a good character to compare him as. Like, Tracy, for example, is stronger than Looker. And in my opinion, that's kind of sad. Like, Tracy is not terrible, I could see him being a gym leader someday, and like an early gym leader. You know, all he has is a Meryl, Venonat, and Scyther. I think, well, it's a Venomoth now. I don't know. And that's pretty good, like, you know, for a second gym leader if he has like a complete team of just that, like Meryl and Venomoth and Scyther or some shit. Like, that's pretty decent for a second gym leader. That's pretty strong. Like, as a second gym leader compared to other second gym leaders. But if Looker's not stronger than that, it's like, why would anybody, any criminal be intimidated by him? He just has a Krogunk. Okay, well, we got that. That's just my opinion. I don't know many people that would say otherwise or whatever. It's 183, right? But yeah, that's basically my biggest gripe with them. I do like the idea of a spy being a terrible spy. Like, there's plenty of movies of that. What am I doing? I could just fly there. Like, there's a lot of movies that are like spies doing a terrible jobs, or like even like, for example, Beverly Hills Ninja. Like, the idea of the character that's supposed to be stealthy, that's extremely terrible at his job, that he's unstealthy to the point where it's comical. Like Beverly Hills Ninja, like, it's a very good movie if you've seen it or not. I don't know. Defense down, special attack up, adaptability ability, and it's okay if you like Looker, like, you know, you like who you like, and you don't like who you don't like, I guess. Likes to relax. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure Noodle likes him if that's what he thought of, unless he couldn't think of anything of a better choice, that he just wanted the police involved or something, I don't know. But yeah, alright, let's go over here. There's a blender going on in the background. Hopefully that's not audible. Let me know if it is. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, well, it's no longer on, so if you didn't notice anything, then yeah. But yeah, the problem with Nanu is, because obviously Nanu and Looker are related. The problem with Nanu is he's a pretty good trainer, but he just doesn't give a fuck, quite literally. He's not interested in being an Elite Four member. He didn't seem to... Well, I mean, I'm sure he gives a fuck, but he didn't seem to give a fuck when Team Skull took over his town. Like, I don't know how long Team Skull's been there, but we know that Nanu's been outside of it, and he didn't want to take care of it himself. But a 10-year-old, like, stopped that problem, like, sneaked into the town and took care of it himself, when Nanu was literally outside the building. So, I don't know. I feel like had he wanted to take over, he easily could have, if he's Elite Four level. Because he is strong enough. But I don't know. That's my gripe with him. He has like almost the opposite problem. 2738. Well, I mean, not really the total opposite problem, but I mean, because I would say he's kind of the opposite of Looker, I guess, but not that Looker cares, but you know what I mean. Like, he cares enough, but he's just not like reliable. I don't know what the right word is. I forget the other cops though. Shit. The person that I mentioned in X and Y, I think she becomes a cop. She's kind of more obscure though. She's only in X and Y. I forget her name, but she has a Esper. 2739. She's the one that like Zerosic, experimented on and put her in like one of those suits that it looks like Celosia and Brioni and and stuff like that, or whatever her name is. Them looking like a colorful Cyclops or some shit. From X-Men, that is, not just like a one-eyed monster. But like she's like in a straight up suit, and Looker had to do something about that, but of course he didn't. So like the main character kind of took her down and got her to her senses as that character, and then I'm pretty sure eventually she just became a police member or a detective of some kind. 2740. But with her, she seems pretty obscure compared to Annabelle, which is why I'm leaning towards Annabelle for this role, if I were to replace Looker. But if Noodle doesn't want to change it, there's nothing I could really do about it. Because I'm sure his excuse is going to be like, well, Looker's more known or something. And that to say, like, yeah, I mean, I can't stop you if that's how you feel, though. Yeah, he is more known. Let's see here. We'll see. I'll talk to Noodle later tonight. Hopefully I don't lose track of time, because I don't know. He's more active. Like, he has the reverse schedule. I think his schedule's similar to yours, I think, Fo. You're at 11 o'clock. Well, no, you're at 10 o'clock right now at night. His is 14 hours, yours is 12 hours. So he's 2 hours ahead of you. So for him, it's like 8 p.m., I think. 27:42. So I guess I could ask him now. I just don't want to take the time to stop and type to him right now. But I'm pretty sure he has like a 14-hour difference, something like that. Okay. I'm not a stand for Looker. I just don't see why he has to be strong. Because he's a cop. He's a detective. To me, if you're gonna be a cop and try to take down criminals, in my opinion, I feel like they gotta be strong. Because I don't understand the reasoning on 2743. I don't see the reasoning of trying to capture, like I said, Getzes or something, or Cyrus, or like one of the big bads. If the cop can't do anything about it, if all Cyrus has to do is just get out his Gyarados, or even his Honchkrow or something, or Giovanni, like, you can't take him down. What, are you gonna just take down Grunts that doesn't know any better, like noobish Grunts with one Krogunk? That's why I feel like they gotta be strong. Like, even for a comical thing, like, you know, if he accidentally, in an anime way, knocks over some shit and then that's how he captured him, then fine. Looker doesn't seem that very comical to me. Like, I guess it's kind of funny that he's hiding behind a pole, but to an extent. Like, I'm not like cracking up laughing about it. Like, it could be more comical, but that's my opinion on it. If you're gonna be a cop or a detective, and you're gonna be seeing like really big cases on like the most evilest people or whatever, you're gonna deal with Getzes and Cyrus and Giovanni and shit like that. Lysandre, all these guys are pretty close to Elite 4 level, 8th Gym Leader level, whatever you want to consider. They're not gonna let you arrest them, even if you corner them. They got 6 Pokemon, more likely, that could easily kill you if you're not prepared for it. And a 10-year-old outclasses them just by having, even if he's solo running, he's gonna have a Pokemon that is gonna defeat or whatever. I don't know. It just makes more sense. Even if you're solo running with the Venusaur, that's stronger than what looks to be like a level 14 Krogunk. And that's why I feel like it's important that, like, the policeman, detective, spy, whatever, has to be strong. I don't know. I just can't fathom the fact that it would be otherwise not strong. Like I don't get that at all. 2746. There shouldn't be this over-reliant part of it where, like, oh, of course, the detective is gonna rely on other people to do his case for him. That doesn't make sense to me. Like, you don't see that in real life where the detectives are like, oh, say kid that's 10 years old, do you know what's going on with this case? Because I can't figure this shit out, man. Who's the killer? Like, that would never happen, of course. Like, the detective has to figure this shit out himself. They gotta do these cases themselves. They have to go into situations that's more threatening themselves, sometimes with their partner or whatever. But they gotta be strong enough to be able to deal with this shit. Finish with this finished with this drink. All I got is water now. And just to double down on it, like I said, I don't hate Looker. I just don't give a fuck about it. It's a huge difference. Let's see here. $27.48. Yeah, because there's some other people that dislike him far more than me. Like, there's some people that straight up hate him. $27.49. Okay, body slam. $27.50. I forgot I was gonna look up something. Shit. I think. Let me check Annabelle's team real quick. Because I forgot what the Frontier battle was. Annabelle, Pokemon. Looker's literally right next to her in this picture. Sure, both video. Series, because I saw this like a month ago, and I for the life of me I don't remember what team. System model differences, corrected, uncorrected. She's just like a brighter magenta here. That's weird. Salamence. Well, so the silver symbol, 3 Pokemon that she has at Battle Tower. She has Alakazam, Entei, and Snorlax. I don't remember the Entei very well. Okay, well, Gold Symbol Challenge, she has Raikou, Latios, and Snorlax, so I guess Snorlax is more of her prominent partner. I had a feeling. It was either Alakazam or Snorlax, I don't remember. First battle in Sun and Moon, there's 5 Pokemon. Alakazam, Weavile, Mismagius, Salamence, and Snorlax. All pretty much level 61. Let's see. Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, 4 Pokemon for the battle tree. She has Alakazam. Well, it's different sets, but there's quite a bit. Alakazam with the Alakazite, so that's Mega Alakazam, Mega Lucario, Snorlax with the Life Orb, Alakazam with the Choice Specs, Lucario with Weakness Policy, Snorlax with the Assault Vest, Raikou with the Shuka Berry, there's Entei with Focus Sash, Latios with Lax Incense, whatever that does, I'm not really too sure. 2751. Entei with the Chesto Berry, Latios with the White Herb, Raikou with the Electrium Z, Entei with the Choice Scarf, Latios with the Choice Specs, Raikou with Air Balloon, Entei with Life Orb, and Latios with the Latios Sight, making it a Mega Latios. And that's all her teams, in the battle tree at least. And let me try to look up Looker's Pokemon right quick, just for comparison's sake. I don't think you battle him, but like I'm sure it'll tell you what Pokemon he possesses. 2752. Hold on. Okay, in the Core Series games. Oh, that's her name, Emma. Emma is the one that ends up working with them. Oh, I think this is what you're talking about. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, that's when you find them in the beach. Or some shit. I mean, it might be possible that Sun and Moon has it too, but I'm pretty sure you find them in like the little cabin condo shit or whatever. Looker appears in the Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire in the Battle Resort. He suffers from amnesia due to an unknown reason. He is washed up on the shore and soaking wet when the player finds him. A woman brings him to her cottage to dry himself up. At the cottage, she gives the player an Audinite while wondering who he is. Yes, why does he have a stone for the Mega? I don't know. That feels random. Like, I know there's no Mega Krogunk, but like, I don't know. So Annabelle and Looker in Sun and Moon. After the player becomes a champion, Looker appears with the superior Annabelle to investigate the Ultra Beast. Having received orders from the International Police, to this end he collaborates with the player to capture the beast and prevent him from wreaking havoc. Looker is tasked to stand by for backup, as he does not have any Pokemon, which I thought he had Krogunk, but alright. And he frequently shows concern for Annabelle as she becomes exhausted over the missions. And they mentioned about the Faller stuff, but yeah, that's what I assume. I'm pretty sure you find them in the cabin or whatever. That's the room that Annabelle and Looker's in, is because it's like an apartment complex or something, because he's a helper. It says literally superior Annabelle. Like, and she just got like hired or whatever. Wait, what was I doing? Shit, I forgot. I don't know if I counted the last one. 2754. Or were you saying because of the I don't know thing? Talking about the I don't know. I do see I don't know as a support. I don't think Looker's as helpful, unfortunately, though. So, I don't know. 2755. Let's see. I'm still looking for the Pokemon. It says Platinum version Krogunk. Although he does not battle with or against the player at all during the entirety of the game, it is known that he has a Krogunk. He uses it to get the Magma Stone from Charon. That's what his fucking name was. I was trying to remember the dude who's known as Pluto at Team Galactic or whatnot. Charon at Stark Mountain. Pokemon X and Y has said that his Pokemon was killed. What the fuck? But it's not specified whether the Pokemon in question is Krogunk or a different one. In the picture on this table, it says that Looker is in the picture with a bluish and purplish Pokemon. Or, wait, bluish and purplish color. This may be referring to Krogunk. His Krogunk died? Damn. Well, I don't know. Okay, let me raise up the color, the count. For someone that's not a hater, you are quite a hater. I'm just pointing out facts, man. I'm just pointing out facts here. I'm not saying anything incorrectly. Like, from anything else, like, everybody hates him more than what I am saying here. Because it doesn't make sense to me to point out, oh, I don't see why he should be strong. A policeman, an investigator, a spy, anything should be strong. 2757. Because it seems like you're defending him quite a lot. I'm just pointing out facts here. Annabelle is says to be the superior. And like the fact that she's already the superior when she just barely got sucked into an ultra wormhole and has her amnesia to an extent herself where she doesn't remember where she's from. And they promoted her more superior than Looker that's been doing it for years. It's because she can handle herself. Like, that's a fair assessment to say, because she got super strong Pokemon. Alakazam, Snorlax, Raikou, Entei, etc. Level 61s. Could take down Getsus, possibly, or Cyrus or anything. Or at least contend with them. Because that's all this is about, really, is just me trying to, you know, have Annabelle in there overlook her. Let's see here. Body Slam. 2758. Anton. I want to check out Emma's Pokemon too, because I forget what she battles with, if anything. Emma Pokemon. Because Emma would be a pretty good consideration, but at the same time I'm not sure. She is going to be in Legends ZA. Core Series games. It feels like Emma only showed up in like one game, 2759. Even though she's about to come out in the second, and you know, the one coming up. But I'm not sold on her yet either. Sarosek is super pale, Jesus. Like on this picture, like it's just nothing but red and then super white skin. Essentia. I think that's the name here. Pokemon she has, Mimi the Esper. I guess the Suspicious Woman counts, because that's her in disguise, right? It's a Jellicent and Volcarona. And then the Suspicious Child. Oops, I didn't mean to attack. Fuck. 3 Pokemon, Whimsicott, Mawile, and Granbull. Third battle, Suspicious Lady, Persian. And then 4th battle is actually Essentia, like her being possessed. Jellicent, Volcarona. I think these are just the same Pokemon as it was before. Whimsicott, Mawile, Granbull. And then the 1 Pokemon, Persian. Then the 7th battle, 2 Pokemon, Crobat and Malamar. I think it's said to be, what's his face? 06 Pokemon, right? Crobat and Malamar? And then the rematch, Crobat and Malamar yet again. I'm pretty sure that's the case. It just seems like she's been borrowing Pokemon more so. So I think her actual team would be in ZA more so than it is here. Her Pokemon, like the Xerosec Pokemon's pretty strong actually. They go up to levels 73 and 75 because this is post game. Let's see. So far, the information they got on here. Pokemon Legends ZA, Emma lives in Lumio City and works as a detective. She is said to have inherited the head role at her detective agency in Lumios, where the player assists her by tracking down missing Pokemon, locating lost items, and partaking in the occasional Pokemon battle. Her hair has been cut to a short bob, and she wears her expansion suit under a cropped trench coat. Her suit now has a keystone embedded in it. So she might actually battle, and she may Mega Evolve whatever Pokemon she might have. I don't know which Pokemon she'll Mega Evolve. I don't even know if any of the borrowed Pokemon she has she'll end up using. Because there's a good chance she might actually use Malamar if she's keeping Xerosic Pokemon, because that's the more likely candidate here, since that's the newest one. I don't know, it just depends if she is going to use Malamar or not. So I'm not sure. I don't know. Because she does technically have 6 other Pokemon if you're counting like the Jellicent, Volcarona, Whimsicott, Mawile, Granbull, Persian. But then the 2 Pokemon she uses as a Sentius, Crobat, and Malamar. So if she does Mega Evolve Malamar or anything and keeps the Esper that maybe eventually a Meowstic, that could be her 3 Pokemon, which I could see likely. Mega Evolve Malamar, turn into Mega Malamar. I forgot to go to the Pokemon Center. Oops. Okay. Oh fuck! I think it. Never mind. The fucking advertisement is blocking the thing. And 2762. It says, I thought for a second she had a Mega Lucario. It says in the game's box art she is seen battling a Mega Lucario. I was about to say, I'd be like, what the fuck? It was like quite literally underneath the advertisement. Okay. Well, I mean, that's good for the most part. Xerosic got her to battle pretty much against her will, but I think the suit part is pretty cool. I forgot again. Shit. Okay, I need to go to the Pokemon Center. Okay, here we go. 2763. Okay, this time let's go to the Pokemon Center before I forget for like however many times. Alright. Here we go here. So hopefully we get a pretty good number by the end of all this. It's either we're gonna stop around 2950 or that'd be best case scenario. Even more of a better case scenario, we get to 3,000. We're almost 2 hours in, and how much is the count right now? 2763. I'm tempted to use the bathroom, honestly, but I'll hold it for a little bit. Either until the egg hatches or like when I run out of moves or something. Okay. 2764. I mean, I'm moving. I mean, we're at a decent pace. We're almost. I want to say we passed 150 or something like that. I don't remember what number I started in, but we definitely passed 100. Or at least getting close. Let's see here. 2765. There is a video I saw the other day with like, it was another MNJ TV, I've been watching that a lot, 2766, of like stuff like, you know, if the rival players were gym leaders or whatever, and like what type they would be if they had a type, or something like that. And I thought like a few of them were pretty clever. And he has like the other videos too that has like, oh, what if the professors were trainers or champions or whatever the fuck, or like what teams they would have. 2767. He, for one of the entries, like for Barry for example, he doesn't have a prominent type. Like sure he has 2 normal types, but he didn't make a normal gym leader out of him. So he chose to make it like a different archetype and just say that he's like the honey tree trainer. So he just has nothing but honey tree Pokemon for his generation, which is like Heracross and Ambipom and like Snorlax because Munchlax. I forgot what else, like Vespiquen, Wormadam, Mothim, shit like that. Which I thought was pretty good, and like I like the idea. It's just like, you know, as he said in the video, he wouldn't be a very strong gym leader, I would say. 2768, because of course Snorlax is super strong, and so is Heracross and everything, and Vespiquen and Mothim is pretty decent at his own right. But I don't know, I kind of rank it kind of, that'd be a pretty strong 4th gym leader or 5th gym leader, I think. And Infernape would fuck him up entirely, but I don't know, I still think it'd be pretty strong as a gym leader if you don't have those answers. And then when you eventually got to the professor section, and I think this is a different video, well it is a different video, because there's Professor Juniper and then there's her dad or whatnot, and he couldn't come up with the team for the dad, and he kind of made it into a thing where I guess there was at one point, I don't remember this is Black and White or Black 2 and White 2, but he gave the Super Rod, and because he gave the Super Rod, that gave him the idea to just make him a full Super Rod team, and I don't know how I feel about that. So I don't know, because I'm sure he likes to fish. I don't think that's his whole identity, to have like 6 Pokemon just be Super Rod Pokemon. I think it was Black and White, I'm almost positive, because whatever game... No, actually it probably was Black 2 and White 2. I think it's because there's a spot at like outside of Dragon Spiral Tower that you could fish, and it's like a 1% Dragonite or some shit. And I don't think it'd be Black and White because they don't have, you know, that many extra Pokemon till like way later or some shit. 2770. I don't recall. It might have been Black 2 and White 2 or whatever. I don't know. If I were to pick what the dad of Professor Juniper would have on its team, it would probably be the same type of research she's doing. Like, I feel like he also does like the origins of Pokemon and stuff like that. Like something along those lines. Because I think the team that he picked out for Professor Juniper was like Cincino, because Mincino was in the beginning of the game when like she reveals and introduces to the world of Pokemon. I think it was Kling Kling, because of the whole curiosity she had that Clink was like just barely introduced 100 years ago. Darmanitan, because she was researching Zen mode Darmanitan. Watchog, because she caught Patrat in the catching tutorial, so that's 4 Pokemon. I forgot the other 2. I think he just put in Sigilif, even though like there was no mention of Juniper relating to Sigilif at all, but he just put it because it's a more likely candidate of what she would have researched anyway. 2771, because I guess like the Pokédex entry states that that Sigilif watches over a city that's been destroyed for hundreds of years, but still checks on it anyway. Or maybe not hundreds of years. It was some shit like that. I forgot the last Pokemon. Shit, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. But I feel like the father would also have that same type of research, and that's why Professor Juniper was inspired to also overtake the origins of Pokemon and whatnot too. I forgot what the last Pokemon is, but I feel like if he had his own Pokemon, I would also kind of, you know, extend it to Pokemon that she didn't take over. So Configurias, for example, would be one of them, because they for sure have an entry of some kind of origin point. Like if Sigilif was one consideration, then for sure the other one is too. Damn, I wish I remember what the 6 Pokemon is, unless I did count 6 Pokemon. Cincino, Watchog, Darmanitan, Kling Klang, Sigilif. I don't remember the last one. Fuck. But yeah, like, Configurias for sure would be one. We for sure have to put at least one Super Rod Pokemon. And it kind of makes sense to put Basculin because, like, a Basculegion. And, like, I don't know, there could be an origin to, like, oh, I think he used to be different before. I don't know what's going on with them, or some shit like that, some explanation. I don't know if Sazbuk has a true origin or whatnot, but like they have been researched in there. I don't remember. 2773. I forget where you see like the dad. I feel like he was at that place after the 5th gym leader. I forgot what that place is called, but the Cataclysm area, the Catacombs. I don't think that's either place is what it's called, but it's like Stark Mountain, but more of a clusterfuck. Let's see, 2774. I think he was there, and I think he was also in Big 3 Road. I could be wrong. I feel like for some reason he would have an Among Us. I had the whole Pokeball theory thing pertain to that. Because, you know, seeing that little Sammy in Pokemon Forever had like a prototype Pokeball or whatnot, and it's silver and everything, and Sammy's 10 years old, so like, you know that Oak is 50 or older at this point, that like the Pokeball was adapted a little bit later, and more likely that Fugus and Amuga's been out for hundreds of years, because it's a mushroom Pokemon. That whoever designed the Pokeball to what we know today is inspired by that, and that's kind of where the Pokeball theory all lies. You know, it's like the chicken laid before the egg thing or whatever. 2775. Or the egg comes before the chicken or whatnot. Some shit like that. But yeah. So Among Us would be another one. I'm trying to think of the other 3 Pokemon, I'm not sure. I already forgot how many body slams I have left. Part of me wants to put Zenmo Darmanitan anyway, because I feel like that's different enough. Oh, Volcarona, that's a good one, because like they clearly have an origin of like people worship him as a deity and shit. I don't know about the last one. Part of me wants to say Gigalith, because all the places that... His name is Cedric, right? Cedric Juniper? I don't remember where you find him at, but part of me wants to say he's somewhere by a cave at one point. Gigalith would also be a good candidate. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what your opinion on it is, for like what Cedric Juniper would have. 77. But yeah, with Barry having his own archetype with like the honey tree stuff, I found that pretty interesting, and it's kind of harder to think of like what Pokemon or whatnot. I don't know. It was even hard to pick Pokemon for the professors. Like when I was trying to do it on my own right, when at the same time the video was playing, because I kept trying to. Like I got into a bad habit of just going like, oh well, they clearly would all get the 3 starters or like one of the starters, but no, that was just being lazy. I should have thought about it more. It's like Professor Elm, he's a researcher on breeding, so he would have fully evolved breeding Pokemon of some kind, 2778. But it's just cause like I have like the whole like, you know, the professor of the generation in my brain to just have them try to have Johto Pokemon, so I don't even think that far in advance, if that makes sense. Because like all the Pokemon that are breedable are from Gen 1 mostly, except for like Togepi and Tyrogue to an extent if you could evolve them into him on top, or like the exceptions. And like for the rest of them to be fully evolved, they'd be 4th gen and shit. So like I don't know, it's a bit hard. Elm is like in a very awkward place. But you know, regardless, it made me think of like what themes that some other Pokemon would be based on or whatever. Because Honey Tree is for sure interesting. 2780. Like traded Pokemon would be a pretty good concept. There's a lot of very strong traded Pokemon. If anything, they're pretty close to one of the strongest. Not quite there yet. But traded Mons, maybe Pokemon that are Moonstone evolutions. I always like the idea of when ROM hacks always put like, I forget which one it was, but I know in Pokemon Prism, the evil team was known as the Palette Patrollers. And they go based on color, so like there's Pokemon that are all yellow or all red or whatever, and I thought that was pretty neat because you could still be like type diversifying but always stick to a theme and color and shit. 2781, and I thought that was always pretty exciting. I forget what ROM hack it is that they had like every gym leader be color based. I don't know which one that is. I wish I remembered, because I remember some content creator playing it. And I thought that was pretty good. For the life of me, I'm just blanking on it. Because I was trying to think of it for the past weekend pretty much, and I don't remember it at all. But that's always a pretty good idea. That also honestly would be a good video idea. To be like, okay, well every generation, what would be like all their color base and what would be the strongest team. You know, we could go from 1st gym all the way to the 8th gym, all the way to the Elite Four, and then to the champion, and we'll come up with which color more likely is the champion's best Pokemon, or like the best possible team or whatever. And that would be interesting, going generation by generation. 2782. And I don't think that would be too hard to research either. We just have to like look at all the final evolutions, like compare the colors. I mean, there's some complicated ones though, to be honest, because they classify as Milotic as a pink Pokemon, and I don't know if I agree with that. You know what I mean? Like, because you know, I always see Milotic as like a cream-colored Pokemon, but then like I don't know. It gets harder with like the more complex colors with it, because you know Milotic also has like pinkish magenta hair or whatever you consider a color is, like closer to red, and then like the blue and pink tail. Yeah, shit like that. I don't know. It's weird on the Pokédex description on what they depict with their colors and stuff. And if I were to go full steam with this video idea, I don't think I could consider shiny Pokemon. Unless there's like an open spot that a final evolution cannot have. I don't know. I have to really think about it. But I feel like shit. I feel like at that rate, I don't know, man. 2783. Because it's just like too easy to be like, oh, third gen, clearly Rayquaza and Shiny Charizard, look at Black is like the strongest one. It's like that doesn't feel fair. You know what I mean? Like, oh, clearly Haxorus, put him in there, Shiny Haxorus, and I don't know. So just by like making the rules strict and just thinking of just generation or something like that. 2784. And that also kind of, I don't know, I would have to think it through, because if I'm going by generation, like, do I also include for Johto Gen 1 and Gen 2? Because there's not that many Gen 2, like there's less than 100, and there's not that many final evolutions, and some of those final evolutions are final, they're incomplete final evolutions, like, you know, for example, 4th gen, like I said. I don't know, 2785. I guess I'll have to think that through very later on in the future if I were to think about it. Some shit like that. Something like that. We got 9 more body slams. Okay, let's see here. 2786. Decent ideas be, because we would do stone evolutions as well. I mean, I feel like 2787. I feel like picking just Pokemon move evolutions is a bit too simple, because that's a 4th gen thing. Because that's Mamoswine and Yanmega and Licky Licky and shit, I'm blanking on the rest. With Pokemon like that, I don't know. Oh yeah, I guess Tangrowth also. There's actually, that's weird that they have 3 Pokemon evolved by Ancient Power. Even though Ancient Power fucking existed since like Gen 2, I think. Was that in Gen 1? I think it was a Gen 2 move. I don't know. But like item evolutions, step evolutions, I guess now. People aren't really a fan of that though. 2788. More body slams. 2789. I'm still a bit shocked that out of damn near 2,700 Odysseus killed, still not one shiny in the gym since whatever day I started on this. 2790. I tried to do the math of how many I did on the Zubat count, I think I did 7 days to get to 1500. Like practically a whole week, and that's with interruptions too, because like the first couple days I didn't really have like the first couple days I don't know, I either did TCG Pocket or it took me an hour and a half because I was trying to get to 1500 with Eevee, for example. But it should be in the thumbnails on, like, you know, starting with Zubat on there in the corner. All the way stopping at 1500 right before the video of what's called the second phase. That's the new Oddish video. I'm pretty sure it was 7 whole days to take me to 1500. And for this one, when it comes to regular Oddish, I'm pretty sure it took me 5 days, which isn't bad. Even doing like about 300 per, like pretty close to that. Yeah, which sounds about right. Yeah, 300 or so. Because it does estimate it right, like the math is math in here. So it's not that bad of a gigantic gap. It's just like a whole 2 days ahead. Like I would say probably, if anything, 8 hours ahead faster. So I don't think it's all that bad actually. You still playing Monster Hunter over there? Okay, I think I got like 4 body slams left. Oh, 3 body slams left, okay. 27-2. Just one more body slam left. And then after I go to the Pokemon Center, I'm gonna use the bathroom right quick. And I'm not gonna break away. I'll be pretty quick. It's not too urgent. So I don't think it'll take too long. It'll be like 2 or 3 minutes. Other times I'd be getting like water or soda or some shit on the side, but I don't know. I'm not gonna be getting extra shit this time. Last body slam. 2784. Alright, let's go ahead to the Pokemon Center. Watch me hatch the egg on my way and have to lay it just a little bit more. Okay, let's go her. Let's go her. Excuse me, kid. Alright, right quick, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I won't do the be right back screen or anything. Okay, I'm back. So it only took like 2 minutes, so it's not bad. Still playing Monster Hunter. I changed my strat a little when looking for lobbies, playing longer, but people now just keep losing at like last second, driving me nuts. How many people go along online with you? Because I don't know anything about the online world with Monster Hunter. And it sounds like you're playing with people online. Does it max out to like 4 people or something, or like 8 or 16 or whatever? That'd be crazy. 16 people on one monster. Because for Dynamax it just goes to 4 as far as I'm aware. Let's see here, 27.95. In Monster Hunter, you hunt as a group of 4 at most. Some quests are less. Yeah. Okay. I think from Monster Hunter 4, some NPCs were talking about it. I think, I could be wrong, that they were talking about like, oh, go with your online friends to attack so-and-so monster to go on a quest or some shit like that. It's been a while since I played the demo. It is pretty fun, for sure. Yeah, I mentioned earlier in the stream that I watched Sugar Conroy play Kingdom Hearts because it came out yesterday or whatnot. 2786. And I never played Kingdom Hearts, so it's my first time seeing it from start to finish as he's gonna play the game. I'm sure he's gonna do Kingdom Hearts 2 as well, and I know a lot of people like Kingdom Hearts 2 the best. It's actually some people's favorite game and such, so it's interesting. It's pretty interesting. I'm playing the Big Chungus Sword, aka the Great Sword. My current strat is to find a lobby with at least one guy, usually the host, that has a shield weapon so they can take aggro. Yeah. I've heard that term before. I forget what it means. Doesn't it just mean shield, but then like also like collectively get energy is what aggro means or some shit? I don't quite remember what it means. I know that Aaron from Game Grumps always talks about it. 2797. It's not a term I usually use for myself or for any game I play, I don't know, as far as I'm aware. Aggravation, aka the monster's attention in a fight. Oh. That does make sense, yeah. Like follow me and stuff. They should make that as a Pokemon move, honestly. I forgot if I counted it or not. Shit, I'll just keep going. I always thought it was like an energy term for aggro, because that's what it sounds like to me. Something about it, aggro, collecting aggro. It sounds like collecting energy. But it does make sense too. Follow me is a move. Yeah, I know, but like they could make like a different move called aggro, but like, you know, I feel like it'd be broken though. I was gonna say like aggro, when it uses it, it'll be like follow me, but like instead it'd be have like an additional effect like protect or something. Because I was gonna mention that it does sound like follow me and such. That would be a bit too broken, a bit too much. Because like Gen 3, every fucking NPC that had Protect will use Protect non-stop. Also, isn't aggro a move? Makes it so the target only uses its attack moves. Is it? Isn't that like taunt? Or is that the Japanese word for it or something? Target only uses attack moves, it's like taunt, and I almost said torment, but torment's the 2 turns. You can't use moves 2 turns in a row or some shit. But yeah, I'll see what's in store for Kingdom Hearts. It should be rather interesting. I didn't even know that the first place, like, there's already... Like, I know it's the Final Fantasy and Disney crossover and all that, but they had, like, straight off the gate already, like, 3 references with characters as kids. So I don't know if those are the same exact kids that later become in Final Fantasy, so, like, Kingdom Hearts is a prequel or something? Because I recognize some Final Fantasy characters. Like, I seen a Let's Play, as we got 2800, by the way. 2800! I should probably be more excited about it. But like Titus, for example, and like his other companion, like his best friend, is like in there. I don't recognize Sophie, but yeah, that's from the first episode that I seen. I think honestly, Final Fantasy X is the only Final Fantasy I'd watched in a Let's Play with like Nintendo Capri-Sun. I hadn't seen any other Final Fantasies. And I was trying to look into a long time ago, like, the first couple Final Fantasies, but they were very primitive back then. 2801. Because growing up, there was always people around my neighborhood playing Final Fantasy all the time. And I was always kind of like, you know, I was always wondering about it. I just never was that kid that owned a PlayStation or something like that to play these Final Fantasy games. And I'm sure that they have Nintendo, like, 64 versions of it or GameCube or whatnot. I just never got around to it. Kingdom Hearts is in Final Fantasy, I think. The Kubos, the little store guys who talk in Kingdom Hearts are ripped straight from Final Fantasy. Well, it's like I said, Kingdom Hearts is a collab, Final Fantasy and Disney. It's not exactly ripped from it. It's just within that realm. It's still Final Fantasy. Because like I said, like the first world, like they have like Kid Titus and shit like that. Kid Selphie. Because I think Selphie's from Final Fantasy VIII is what Chucko explained. As far as who's and who. Oh. But yeah, I don't know much else besides what Chugga showed in the first episode, because I'm barely at the cutscene where like Donald Duck appears and shit. And Goofy and Minnie and Daisy, and then he just cuts back after that scene or whatever. That's all I know for now. I only seen a little bit of gameplay here and there. I might have seen 2802. I might have seen the completionist talk about Kingdom Hearts, and I don't remember much about it. I just know that Sora could fly. And obviously I know Donald and Goofy and Mickey fights with you. I know there's interesting levels that has Disney characters involved. That's about it. And like certain moves and the Keyblade. I know the Keyblade. IMO, it canonically makes way more sense for Sora and other non-Disney locations / characters to exist in the Final Fantasy world and universe, as far as their home universes. Yeah. Yeah, I could agree with that. Well, it's not the same Donald Duck and Goofy and all of them. It's based on the cutscene alone, based on what I know, like, because Donald Duck doesn't know wizardry. So I just kind of already made up in my head that this isn't the same Donald Duck anyway. And this is the Final Fantasy version of Donald Duck. That's kind of what I accepted in my head. But yeah, all the Disney characters are visiting the Final Fantasy world. 2803. So yeah, I don't know, I kind of thought that in my head, because there's no way Mickey Mouse kind of just has this in the back pocket. It's like, yeah, sure, I fought an entire world worth of darkness demons or whatever, and then just goes on living his life in whatever town he lives in or whatever. So yeah, I don't know, I kind of This is a whole different multiverse of Mickey Mouse, Goofy, and Donald, where they have magic involved and extra fighting stuff with them or whatnot. 2804. Like, as soon as Donald Duck did magic, I'm all like, yeah, this isn't the same Donald. That's kind of the moment I made up my mind. Because, like, Mickey, you know, at least you know that he does sorcery, and I would have accepted that more, you know, because they're Sorcerer Mickey. I mean, he doesn't do magic unless he has his hat, but that's kind of what I accepted in my head. 2805. Well, the Keyblade user plus Kingdom Mickey are sort of an exterior body to the regular universe. It would make sense if they simply learned it from other universes, although clearly magic is from Final Fantasy. Yeah. Well, I mean, also keep in mind, I don't know much else about Kingdom Hearts, so like all this extra information is going over my head. But once he, like, cause he uploads every day, I'll get caught up in no time. He's pretty quick with Let's Plays. Well, he's pretty active and what's the word? Consistent. Unlike myself. 2806. I don't know how soon he's gonna play. I'm pretty behind, honestly, watching Chugga's videos because I only watched the beginning of his platinum run, and I would like to see the rest. And I hadn't seen any of his stuff in Pokemon Black, White, and Black 2 and White 2. I think he did play. He's not in X and Y as far as I'm aware. And it still saddens me that Pokemon Z was cancelled. Rest in peace, Pokemon Z. 2807. To be honest, most of the Kingdom Hearts lore makes way more sense when you just take Sora and friends out of the equation. I guess I'll find out as I watch. I don't know yet. Can't confirm or deny it quite yet. It was like a 53-minute video because he said like an hour in before the cutscene happened, but I don't think it's necessarily an hour he played for. I mean, unless he cut a bunch of shit. Because he did fight, dude. He did do an extra fight just to level up, but I don't even think still, even with then, it's gonna be an hour quite. So like a good 45 minutes for like a new player, I suppose, till we get to that point. So that's as far as I'm in. As for Invincible, I'm in Season 3, Episode 5, I think, yeah. And I think today, because some family wants to, we're gonna watch Dragon Ball from the top. And I had watched Dragon Ball Z before, and I hadn't finished Dragon Ball Super yet, because where I left off was pretty much at the Tournament of Power, or whatever it's called, 2808. And I have seen some stuff even past that here and there, but I hadn't watched it as consistent ever since him fighting Basil. But I have seen a little bit of the world of the Tournament of Power. I have seen Ultra Instinct. I've seen a couple movies after that with like, you know, Gohan Beast or whatever his name is, and then like the Orange Piccolo. Like, I seen that movie. It doesn't really truly make sense why he's orange, but sure. The Brawly movie. And yeah, I hadn't seen too many like GT episodes, but I don't know if I should or shouldn't. But I don't know, some stuff sounds interesting to watch. But like, I know it's not as good. I know it's kind of, I don't know, people don't like it. Most of the Kingdom Hearts games where Sora is the main character don't have much going on in terms of lore until like almost the very end of his games. My favorite, although this is a hot take, is 365.5 days. I'm not sure what you mean. But yeah, I don't think I counted it. 2809. I think that's just the thing. I just have to like determine by the time the game's over. Just you know, just try not to spoil it. I want to get surprised too once he plays the game, because I'm sure he's gonna present it in a way that I didn't really know. Because I didn't even know in the beginning of the game you get to decide 3 archetypes or whatever. Because there was the sword, the shield, and then the rod. And he picked the rod and took away the shield. And I didn't even know that was an option. And then like with the talking to character part, he could like, you know, pick selections on how hard the difficulty will be. So I think he picked like the knight or something like that, and he pretty much picked the hardest difficulty with the rod, pretty much just to have like to explain that easiest, because I don't remember the exact selections he made. 2810, so he did that, but also going to the harder levels. 365 and a half days is a DS. Oh, Kingdom Hearts game. Oh, I didn't know that. Roxas is the main character in that game. Oh. I don't know if I know who Roxas is. That's interesting though. Is it considered a spin-off, or is this kind of an official title? Just regular DS, right? Not 3DS or anything? I wonder if he'll cover that. He might. 2811. I just remember when the game came out, the one song was extremely popular. I heard that shit everywhere. I even liked it. That was way back. Most Kingdom Hearts games, if I recall correctly, the speedrun strat is to pick sword and wand because it boosts your attack and MP total at the start. Yeah, that's correct, from what I know. Yeah, the sword makes it easier for sure. 2812. I mean, honestly, that's like, if I was playing the game, that's something I would have picked anyways, the sword and the rod. I would have not picked the shield for shit. Just knowing myself, I would have never picked the shield first. I would have been like, nah, give me the sword, and fuck the shield, I'm getting the rod, and that would have been the run for me. I guarantee you, like, if I knew nothing about Kingdom Hearts, that's exactly what I would have picked. I would have picked sword first, and then the rod. If I had to go a choice between those other two. Guaranteed. I know that for a fact about myself. Okay, let's see, 2813. Roxas game is very important to Sora's story, so it would be a shame if skipped. Also, it was a regular DS game. Okay, then I'm sure Chugga would play it then, eventually. It's gonna be like probably a year or two or some shit, I don't know. I'm not sure what is his thought process of how he spaces games apart. But yeah, it'd be interesting. I forget, did you ever pick a game, by the way, with the whole voted game thing? I don't remember if you did or not. Unless it was just Gamma Emerald that you picked. I don't recall. Because I remember asking you a while ago. I don't know if you said a concrete answer yet. 2814. Let's see. Yeah, I think I am gonna pick Bandian tomorrow for like the thumbnail though. I just don't know what the title will be. It'd be funny if it's like the musical, except it's not the musical. I watched a short the other day, a Pikachu short, and it was all about music, and it was not my favorite. And it's fucking 2815. And I feel like a lot of the Pikachu shows lately, because there was multiple Meloetta ones, so it's already about music, and then like a few ones later are also music. I hadn't seen all of them yet, because the thing made me skip over 2, because all the other movies had a designated short now. For some reason, it only took them like a whole 11 movies to do that, or some shit like that. So it's very weird when they chose it. It might have been just 10, some shit like that. A whole 10 years to decide, hey, let's do that whole Pikachu short thing along with the movie. So yeah, I don't know what that was about. There was a lot of winter ones pertain to Christmas, but I mean, I could understand that. I feel like every show should do that, at least. Like, I like when, like, for example, like Fairly Odd Parents had a Christmas episode. I do like that. I mean, it worked within their lore too, so it's fine. 2817 and like the other holidays. I feel so dumb reading through the holidays through Wikipedia. That shit was dumb. I didn't need to do that. There was only like 7 other shorts left. Let's see. 2818. Wait, what was the... Wait. I mean, what were the options you had in mind again? Wait, for what? My bad. I didn't see your text earlier. What was this referring to? Oh, the options with the votes? I mentioned that there's no clear vote. This is for any people subscribed to me to pick. Yeah, because, like, you know, they vote for whatever, and, like, the flaw with that logic, it's because, like, if it's 100 people and they all vote for different games, then there would be no clear winner, so it'd be like a 100-way tie. So that's like the biggest flaw of it all. But yeah, there's no options. I don't really get a say in this. This is just for people to pick. So, like, for example, the 5th Let's Play, what people ended up deciding on was Majora's Mask, because there's more people that voted for that than every other game. And it really helped that he put it in a comment in one of the videos that he put, oh, I would vote for Majora's Mask, and then other people saw that and they're like, oh, I want to vote for Majora's Mask too. So that's kind of how that game won. Apparently there is still no winner. There's like a lot of ties at the same time. 2819. And honestly, to tell you the truth, I don't even remember what games are tied with, because it doesn't really matter. Like, at most it's like 2 votes or whatnot, compared to like some other games that are just voted for 1. So really, you could just pick another game. So, and like, really anybody's vote, they just have to hope that somebody else also votes for that to be the winner. Because it's been like damn near 10 years since the 10 Let's Play, and it doesn't help that I have a hiatus and like Blue Rescue Team is not finished, because that's really the only reason why the 10th Let's Play isn't up by now. And also, I don't have a game voted for officially yet. That's one. I mean, Gamma Emerald would probably be an option if it's out by the time you're thinking about a new run. That or PMD Explorers of the Sky. Okay. I mean, it's easy to set up. Yeah. I was gonna say that, like, I mean, I'm already willing to play Gamma Emerald, like, within this year if it comes out. Like, I don't mind that, if you really want to. It's just kind of, hold on, 2820. Because my whole thing is that, in the near future, Generation 3, like, I'm gonna end up covering, so, like, is doing Gamma Emerald, which is gonna be another 3rd gen game. You know, it's like too close together. Because eventually I would like to do Frontier Fridays, except I know that's not gonna happen anytime soon. So I don't know. But I don't mind doing Gamma Emerald like during the, you know, chapter 2, so to speak, because I hadn't started chapter 2, even though I've been playing TCG Pocket here and there in the streams. And I mentioned Thursday I might do TCG Pocket and like open packs and maybe play a little bit of Pokemon Archipelago just to beta test it, because I said I was going to do it last weekend and I don't remember how to patch a game properly. So yeah, I'm gonna try to figure that out, because I got the Fire Red ROM and I got the files downloaded. I just have to figure out how to patch them together, because it's been probably like a good 5 years since I had to patch a game, so I don't remember too. 28-22. Oh yeah, excited for the new packs and TCGP. I don't know which packs are coming out, but yeah, I'm excited for them. I usually get excited when the packs come out. I like the older days when I was able to open packs with some friends at the same time. It was pretty interesting seeing everybody's perspective, whether we get dog shit or really good cards. That was always pretty cool, because it was like the 3 of us. But I'll do it and open it on stream on like Thursday or something, whatever day fits, because I think Wednesday's October 1st, so Thursday, if I finish the missions quick enough, I'll try to get as many like hourglasses as possible. It's technically a reprint of EXs. Oh really? Did they release a trailer or no? I really should. I haven't watched any of the pack trailers since like fucking, I don't even know when was the last one I saw. I might have saw, I think I saw Eevee Grove. I think that's the last one I watched. I think. And I honestly think Eevee Grove is my favorite packs, because 2023, because I really liked a lot of the Evolution card art, and I really wanted to collect them all, and I did a good job. I'm missing like a few, but that was for sure one of my favorites. Yeah, I saw one for Japan. I think they eventually send out one in English. Alright, I'll take a look at it when I get the chance. Usually I try to stay spoiler free, but sometimes I, like, no matter what, like, I'll see something regardless, whether I'm going through Wonder Pick or even battling the whatchamacallit, like the solo battles. Like, you know, you eventually and naturally see the cards who you're fighting against are the big prominent cards that you're gonna get in the packs. But yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty happy to get the shiny Mew though. That was pretty pog. 28-24. We got pretty much like 3 hours left of the stream though, something like that. 2 more body slams already, really should. I'm still a bit surprised that I woke up pretty early-ish. I don't know. I feel like Digimon should hop on the bandwagon on making apps for, like, something like TCG Pocket. That would make me very happy, because I would like to have like a Digimon TCG Pocket. I know they're not, and I'm sure that there is an app out there to play Digimon cards, but I bet it's not at all the same at all. But it would have been it would be cool to see an equivalent. It would be really cool. I was also considering making like a video about Marvel Snap, like what if DC had DC Snap? What would be the equivalent with cards or whatever? It's gonna be a while till I do that. But yeah, I don't know. 28-26. Oh, actually I need to go to Marvel Snap, speaking of. move so I could open the thing. Actually, I think I should... Oh crap, I don't know. Maybe I should stream all the way till the nice packs open, because I accidentally made it past 5 o'clock because of Friday, I think, to open packs. Something like that, because both packs were available and I couldn't open it till like around that time, because I opened 2 packs back to back, because it used to be 4 o'clock or whatever, or 3 or whatever, for the time to be ready. And it pushed more because of that. I hate when that happens, but it's all good. It's like such an inconvenient time, but it should be roughly around 5 o'clock, so we can end it off after we open the pack and then find one more oddish or something. I ran out of moves. Alright, Pokemon Center time. We got 100 credits for Marvel Snap. And day 14 tomorrow for Series 4 Collector's Pack. That's always nice. Oopsie daisy, I didn't mean to do that. And that's another one. 28-27. $5 for this shit, no thank you. 25 credits, got that. 9 cards, go to the tokens. Today's Monday, right? It's such a weird Monday. I forgot to go to the Pokemon Center again. Fuck! Okay, let's go. 50 collector tokens. Let's see here. Danhip, Modok, the Remember variant, Wolverine, Meme. Okay, 28. Alright, go to the Pokemon Center, ScarKnight. For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. Alright, I do have 4 eggs, right? I'm not tripping? Okay, good. Just making sure. Sometimes I have like a Eevee waiting to go in the daycare and he's just not doing anything. Either. Baby variant X23, Kale Liguyu, or I don't know how to say that name. Venom, Pandora Studio variant from Def. We got Gerardos and Doval variant Carnage. Kim Jacinto for type, I almost said type Null. Regular Null, not type Null. Nullified variant Shang-Chi, okay, or Shang-Chi, whatever you want to pronounce that. I could afford a few of these actually. I got 700 in-game gold. Let me see. Nah, I don't want to get this actually. Not the variant. Not that one either. Venom in my veins, no. Let's see. Def. Pandora's Box. Nope. Carnage. Chaos and Carnage. Good. Kim Jacinto. Is this called Kim Jacinto? It doesn't even say the title. What the fuck? Okay, what about this one? Nightmare Before Nullness. That was super early. I didn't even barely graze that shit. Okay, what are the missions I have? Win matches with the Snap, do that 2 times. Win a location with 4 cards, do that 2 times. Upgrade card, alright. It would be cool if I could trade cards in Marvel Snap, but they don't have that option because they're penny pinchers. Which is why I'm very glad doing the Heist of the Century when I got those 5 emotes I was talking about in Deadpool's Diner. That was the biggest exploit and loophole I could ever do. I never like robbed a shop like that ever in my life in a game. That was crazy. 28-29. Like not even 5 emotes. I got 6 emotes from that. Where like in a regular like shitty mode, you could only like get the best gift once, and that's saying something. Getting it 6 more times, or 5 more rather. So I practically robbed the shop. So it was pretty great. It was such an oversight on their part, and I don't feel bad. Just like I said, I showed you the pictures with like the $100 offers they've been showing and shit like that. It's like they are not ashamed on like ripping off the player. Unless they felt bad and then they made it on purpose easier to get, but they kind of underestimated how much that I would take. I don't know. I need to check with some other people that I know has Marvel Snap that, you know, if they had the same experience. Knowing my other friend, he probably hadn't touched the game for like months and he missed out on it. So yeah, who knows? Shit, I don't even know. I have 5 more gold till I can purchase a premium. Fuck. Oh. Alright, well that's it for that. But yeah, the heist of the century will ever be a thing of not infamy. That's not the right word for it. What's the same shit? What's the same word as infamy? But like talking about actually being famous, because infamy means like you're famous for bad reasons. What's the right word for that? It's something in the history of I don't know. If I were to Google search it, they better not say famous or something. What's the opposite of infamy? I said the opposite of infamy, bro. What the fuck? It just gave me the word infamy. I hope I counted that. The opposite of infamy is honor, virtue, glory, esteem, reputation, and fame. Pretty much. Alright. Abomination, atrocity, disapprobation, discredit, disesteem, disgrace, dishonor, disrepute, enamory, evil, ignominy, immorality. Are they really synonyms? I mean, I don't know. Because, yeah, you could be famous for bad reasons. That doesn't mean it's always an extreme, like where it's just straight up evil or an abomination. I don't know if they're really that synonymous. Some water. I'm playing with one hand right quick. I'm trying to put the water bottle back. Notorious. Yeah, I mean that's a pretty good word actually. Yeah, notorious. That's a good opposite. I forget what sentence I said, but like I think I said something like the heist of the century that will etch in history in infamy, but like I wanted to use the opposite of that. Notorious is a pretty good opposite word, but something along those lines, like the same sentence phrase of infamy, but there's no like famous equivalent of that. Nefarious. Well, nefarious kind of goes in the lines of infamy, I suppose. 184? I think that's the number we're at. notoriously instead of infamy. Yeah, that'd be the opposite, right? It would be etched in the history of infamy. It would be etched in the history notoriously. We're getting closer, but I think that's still... Because it's saying... I don't know. Something about it saying like etched in the history notoriously means that the person put it on there majestically or some shit like that, rather than talking about the actual subject. What am I doing again? Fuck, I'm going to daycare. I knew I was doing something wrong. I'm like, why am I inside here? I just had one of those spaced out moments. Let's see here. You are 183, alright, and then that means you are correct, 184. Which means your special defense is down, speed is up, the Eevees look normal, or Eevees, but these are Eevees, right? The yellow one? Or is it Eevees? Well, whatever. Somewhat stubborn, naive nature. I swear I always get them mixed up. That's why I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna remember that. Oops, I didn't mean to talk to you again. Fuck. I honestly don't know how many moves I got left. Started, but I feel like it's like towards the end, but that's weird. Yeah, they killed like 5 of them or some shit. Infamous. No, I mean like the opposite of infamy. Like the word infamy would be like almost like an adverb almost. Yellow are Eevees, Eevees are green. They should always be 0 from an egg since they've never battled before. Yeah, I was just confused with the Eevees and Eevees part of it, like what the yellow is called. I always got them mixed up. But I figured that they were 0 because they didn't build up any experience yet. But yeah, that's what I mean though. Famous, and then the opposite would be infamous. But there's no infamy equivalent for famous. But notorious is a pretty good word. But like, I don't know what type of word is it. Like if it is considered an adverb or verb or some shit like that. Whatever infamy is considered. Or a noun, I guess. I don't fucking know. Pronoun. Notoriously is pretty good though. 2834. It's pretty close. It's a lot closer than all the other words. For being the opposite. There was a dude that was trying to make a name for a move, I guess, because I'm a wrestling fan pretty much, so like, you know, he wanted to do this thing that's called the crossface, where you put like the hands around the dude's head, like, and they're grounded, like belly down or whatever, and then you like put the arm between like your knees and something, like stretch them out, and that'd be like the crossface. And then, but he also wanted to use something called like the famouser, but like I suggested that the two could be combined, and I wanted to have the same name for the two, so since one's called the crossface and the other one's called the famouser, that like it could be called, you know, being the opposite, the cross of infamy or something like that. That's just what I always keep thinking of. Cross Infamy, and I think that would be a pretty good name, because it's like, you know, famous for bad things, and then it's like the Crossface. I mean, he preferred a different name, but that's the best name I could come up with for both, you know, since those two names exist. $28.37. There's any Digimon that can pass off as a Pokemon. Since I was talking about Digimon earlier, 2838. Because like Pokemon and Digimon, they all got distinct looks where you could tell the difference and such. But there's I'm sure there's people that would agree that there's some Pokemon that don't look like Pokemon. Because for me, like Pokemon like Impidimp don't look like a Pokemon necessarily. Because it looks like it kind of got drawn by a 5-year-old. And it took me a while to get used to Scraggy, for example, because like when it first came out, I wasn't really used to it and it didn't feel like a Pokemon. And I wasn't even sure what it was at the time, 2839. I know that it's like a lizard now. At the time I had no idea. I thought it was like a chicken thing, and like Scrafty was like a rooster or some shit. But it's supposed to be like, you know, a thug, punk lizard, you know. I got more used to it. And then there's other Pokemon. I mentioned about that bug Pokemon in Gen 9 that was like within the gym leader. And I had a feeling I was going to forget his name, but that other Pokemon doesn't feel like a Pokemon. To me, at least. I forget the other one's name. Blipbug? Whatever that Pokemon's name. That Pokemon doesn't feel like a Pokemon either. It has like really big, pillish eyes. But Orbeetle, or whatever his name is, he does seem like a Pokemon to me. I think all the Pokemon that don't look natural fall under that. I argue a lot of the starters in Gen 5 and up fall under that. That they don't... Gen 5 and up? Yeah, I mean, I never really understood Snivy. Typic and Oshawott I kind of saw as Pokemon that look like Pokemon. I mean, a little bit with Oshawott's a bit kind of, you know, questionable, but Snivy was kind of hard for my head to wrap around. It's like a snake with 2 feet. Like, you know, it kind of takes me a while to understand that, because I always understood snakes not having feet, but you know, I don't know about, like, 6th gen, I would say they're pretty starter-like. Like, you know, one's a frog, one's a fox, and, I mean, Chespin is kind of debatable for sure, but we could see them as starters. 7th gen, I see them all as starters. I mean, I wasn't happy with Poplio's evolution line, really. But, you know... like, that's the 2nd and 3rd stage, though, or the 1st and 2nd stage, whatever you want to consider it. But Litten and Rowlet, they were for sure Pokemon hand in hand, like design-wise and everything. 8th gen, dude, I remember when 8th gen revealed the Sword and Shield trailer. I was up all night that day, and I saw that shit in the morning, because for some reason Pokemon Presents and Nintendo Directs always come out at like 5 AM or some shit, and I just so happened to be up all night that day. And the first time I saw that, I was so tired. 2842, because like, to think that I was up all night when I wasn't planning to. All the humanoid ones, for the most part, add Blaziken to the pile too. Yeah, I'm pretty used to Blaziken at this point, but Blaziken was never a Pokemon I ever really chose in 3rd gen. I always picked Mudkip, the majority of the time. Like, I'm not strictly looking at the first stage, but also the last stage. I guess that's fair enough. There's a lot of middle stage Pokemon that either, to me, middle stages is either hits or miss. There's never an in between. Very rarely there is. It's either really cool or really weird, and that falls under like Charmeleon would be a really cool Pokemon. A really weird Pokemon would be like, you know, one of my least favorites, like the pre-evolution to Grimmsnarl. Like, I don't like that fucking Pokemon at all. He's like one of my least favorites. You know, that's for an example. Like, and I think a lot of people think that as well, that like some middle stages could be either hit or miss. Marshtomp. I mean, I don't mind Marshtomp, but if you think Marshtomp looks weird, then, you know, fair enough, I suppose. Like, I find Grookey's evolution weird because he looks like he's supposed to be a shiny Pokemon. Like, I don't think he's meant to be that color, but, you know, we're here, and he's neon fucking green for some reason. Even though Grookey and Rillaboom kind of have similar colors to it, but for some reason the evolution of Grookey, like I said, is neon green, and we don't understand why. Like, I remember my family relative thought that, you know, looking at the leaks, that that they showed the shiny or some shit. And I can't blame them. I can't blame anybody for thinking it's shiny. What was I gonna say though? No, but the first time I saw the Sword and Shield starters, I was so fucking tired. I don't know why I was up all night. I wasn't planning to watch the video. They kind of just sprang it on me, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll be up for another hour watching whatever this is. And I didn't even realize they were introducing 8th gen Pokemon. BRB. But yeah, I mentioned this in a Sword and Shield video before, but I, for some reason, thought all 3 of these Pokemon were legendary Pokemon that they were introducing. Like, I kid you not, I thought it was the same one, just different types, categories, even though one's clearly a bunny, and then one's clearly like a lizard, and then the other one's a monkey. I don't know why I thought it was the same Pokemon. I was so beyond it, dude. So yeah, I'm not too sure what the hell I was under, but 2844. It took me a while to realize that they were the starter Pokemon, because I for sure thought it was legendary. I think part of the reason is because, like, did they start with Swabble? That's his name, right? Swabble? I think he started being invisible, and I think Bunny, like, started grinding down and shit, and for some reason I was just under the impression watching that, you know, tired ScarKnight self, thinking that they were a special starter, not starter, legendary Pokemon, like mythical, like, I don't know. Like I said, I was very tired, and I even made a video about it, talking about this very distinctly. And then, you know, once I slept and woke up, I'm like, what the fuck was I on? What? I thought these fuckers were legendary? What? But yeah, I like the starters of how they look, Scorbunny and the other 2. I was really hoping that they wouldn't fuck up like their final evolutions, because that's really what I care about. Like, you know, a good starter first form, and I just really hope that throughout the evolutions they don't do them dirty, because I did like Popplio a lot. I really like Litten and Rowlet, and I'm all like, all 3 of these are pretty good. The only ways they would really mess it up is if whatever the 2nd and 3rd Pokemon after that, like how they would look. And I was very disappointed on Popplio. I was like, bro, they fucked them up, dude. They could have had so much potential with this one. 2847. And I don't know, for 8th gen, I guess I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I still pick Scorbunny. Like, Cinderace is not bad. It's just like I kind of hope for just a little bit closer. I don't know. I really wanted to pick Swabble as well. Like, I don't know. It was a pretty close choice. But as soon as Inteleon was a thing, I wasn't really too interested. Or Rillaboom for that matter. So yeah, that's kind of what made me choose Scorbunny. Because I do like him as a starter Pokemon, and I like the Raboot. And Cinderace, I feel like, could use just a little bit of a tweak to make that Pokemon a little bit better. Just a little bit. It's almost there, but it's not quite there, in my opinion. One starter that didn't get that got so much hate was Swabble, and more so Inteleon. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I really loved Swabble. Like when I first saw him, and 2848. While you were away, I was explaining my my delirious confusion when I first saw the starter video, because like I said, I was very tired and everything. So much so that I was like damn near falling asleep. That I was waiting an hour for this Nintendo Direct to come out. And I thought all three of these starters were for some reason legendary mythical Pokemon. And I thought it was the same one because they all got like round heads with like one or two or no ears or whatever. Even though clearly they were different species. So I don't know what the fuck I was on. 2849. But when I was doing the analysis video, I talked about it. But I was like, once I slept and woke up and realized what the fuck was I thinking, I really liked Swabble a lot, and I really liked all three of them. I like Scorbunny a lot more because like something about it had like a good feel to it. Grookey I was kind of leaning towards more last, but I was pretty excited for Swabble. But yeah, I was pretty disappointed with the second and third evolution. I don't truly mind the second one, but Inteleon I wasn't really the biggest fan of. Especially the Gigantamax, I could give a fuck. That's not gigantic, Max. Like, you're not being gigantic. Your tail's being gigantic. That's being elongated. You're just going up towards, and the same goes for the Gigantamax Cinderace. You're just standing on a giant ball. That's not you becoming a giant. I don't know. I like the spy aesthetic with Inteleon since it was 007. Yeah, I mean, I like the spy reference. I do like that. I just feel like it doesn't fit with the starter Pokemon feel to it. Because I like my starter Pokemon really strong and opposing. And that, with that being said, I wasn't like, you know, Rillaboom's a thing too, but I picked Scorbunny in Sword and Shield. I still think that like Cinderace could use some work a little bit, just a tiny tweak to make the design a little bit better. But I'm pleased with Scorbunny. The design is pretty top notch. I really like Scorbunny's design, and Swabble's. Even though Swabble's is a little bit more simplistic, I still like it a lot. 2851. Literally murking people. Yeah. I just don't like the whole Gigantamax of like, oh, I'm just standing on a thing. That whole thing. They were bold, I have to do another firefighting type. Yeah, they didn't need to do that. I forgot about that part of it too. I forgot that's a firefighting type. They definitely didn't need to do that. I completely forgot about that. The firefighters. I don't know how I forgot about it, but I did. 2852. Yeah, they like their firefighting types. For 9th gen, that I wasn't like the most excited for either starters. Like, I guess I like the grass starter the most design-wise, and I was really concerned at first for Fuecoco. I was all like, Fuecoco could either be a really baller Pokemon, or a real disappointment. Because it was between those two, and I wasn't sure about the water starter at all. Because he could have potentially been it too, but I wasn't like, oh, all 3 starters are amazing or whatever. But really what determined my decision on one of them is seeing the middle and final stage. And you know, once I seen Skelleridge, that's kind of made up my mind to pick him and everything. And I do like Meowscarada, don't get me wrong, I do love her and everything. I could give a fuck about the water starter Pokemon, but yeah. I mean, there were some good memes with the water starter, like at its final evolution. But yeah, I ended up picking Fuecoco. I called him Habanero, which I like that name for him a lot. But yeah, it was pretty, I don't know. 2853. I think they should go do a gen where all the starters get a primary and secondary typing right off the bat. Yeah. Skelleridge is fire ghost type, right? Like you know, just as a reminder, I'm only like 3 badges in, so I don't remember. I think he's fire ghost, right? Meowscarada's grass stark, and I don't remember the. Is it Quabble? Whatever the water starter is, he's water fighting, right? Some shit like that. Also, I didn't even realize I'm standing. I'm standing up. Meowscarada is hard furry bait. Wasn't impressed. My favorite guest art is where it was a fat cat, like a lucky cat you see it at a Chinese restaurant. Grass dark, water fighting, fire ghost. Okay, I had a feeling. Yeah, I mean, I could see the furry bait thing. But yeah, I mean, I didn't mind her either way. But I see what you're talking about with like the whole the humanoid aspect of it. I thought, shit, I forgot what I said with it. I was hoping that like Sprigatito was gonna be like, you know, a grassy tiger type of look, but they went and made her bipedal. Because that was everybody's concern at the time. They were like, oh, I hope we don't make it into like Incineroar. Like, I like Incineroar, but we don't need a bipedal cat again. And then they went ahead and made a bipedal cat. I don't remember what I thought the water starter was going to be. I straight up don't remember. Maybe I assumed he was going to be water flying type, I guess. I don't think I thought he was gonna be like a straight up bird like Pidgeot or something. I'm not sure what I thought at the time. I might have to look back onto it. And you know, there was some mystery with Fuecoco, like a lot of it. We were like, oh shit, we're gonna get a fire crocodile, or are we gonna get like, you know, some people that there was. I'm sure you've seen it. That there was that one dude that was like guessing it was gonna be an actual horse rather than a crocodile, because like they believed in the whole like zodiac thing, that all the fire stars were zodiacs. Another good guess for the grass type that I liked was that it was dressed up as a musketeer. It fits so well with Spain. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I like that a lot. But yeah, what was I saying? Shit. Yeah, no, there was the dude that believed in the whole zodiac thing, that all the fire starters had some type of zodiac representation, and it turns out all that was just coincidence. So yeah, they thought Fuecoco was a horse and convinced by it, even though it's clearly a crocodile. I know what you're talking about. Fuecoco destroyed the zodiac theory to the ground. Yeah, nah, I completely shitted all over it. Nah, but the dude that talked about it being a horse, his name was Deadbed Spread. I tried to collab with him, but he got pretty famous pretty quick. Like around the time when I asked him, he picked up on popularity. 2857. But yeah, he suggested the horse theory because he believed in the fire zodiac, which would have been cool. But yeah, I don't know. It is kind of funny how like coincidences kind of just stopped halfway. Coco's the theory killer. I don't fully understand the nature of Skelleridge. Like, where does the Firebird come from exactly? I don't understand that. It took me a long time. It wasn't until Terminal Montage to realize that it had a Firebird at all. Like, I didn't get that for shit. 2858. But I like that it has like a wisp, I guess. Like, it has a wisp friend. So yeah, there's that. Spanish singer pun. Oh. Yeah, cause yeah, he is a singer, huh? I kind of forgot about that. I just don't understand what like the idea may come from. It's like, oh, I checked this idea out. So, fire crocodile, bird, and everybody's like, yes. And they just all start standing up and clapping and shit. 2859. It might be like a Japanese word that's like the singer pun. I don't know. But yeah, when I was a kid, when looking into like Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur, I never. He's the one that I picked the least. Because I always picked Charmander for first and foremost, just to get that out the way, because I like dragons. 2860. Yeah, like Squirtle was my second choice. Bulbasaur never really sold me on it. Yeah, I don't know. I think honestly, like I understand Venusaur, like yes, it's supposed to be the Venom dinosaur. But it could easily been just pure grass type if you really think about it. Like, it's a bulb, then it becomes a flower, then it becomes like a mushroom flower, kind of. The mushroom flower, I could see it being poison, but it could have easily been a pure grass type in my book. 2861. I mean, I grew to really like Ivysaur's design a little bit more. Like, whenever certain anime episodes happen, and like, you know, like for example when James used Ivysaur or whatever, I thought he looked pretty cool. I don't know, I never really got around to liking Venusaur's look, but when I had X version, I got lucky enough to Wonder Trade, and I got myself a shiny Charmander, like before getting the secondary starters. So I picked Bulbasaur with the secondary starters, and I ended up getting like the Charizardite X to evolve the shiny Charizard into Mega Charizard X and such. And I kept Venusaur and having it like a defensive bulk like move setup, and it was very, very good. So yeah, Venusaur kind of grew on me around that time. But yeah, no, as a design-wise, I don't know. It could use some work. I like Maze Bulbasaur. Like, I thought, you know, in 3rd gen they made it very cute and everything. But I never saw it as this cute Pokemon back then. That's just kind of how I always saw it. And yeah, I know Bulbasaur is always kind of the easiest choice in the beginning of the game or whatnot. Because people will say that's like the best starter for the 1st gen or whatever. But I feel like people prove the fact that Squirtle's the best starter out of all of them. Just like all around stat-wise, I suppose, or whatever, 2862, and like, you know, based on like fewest weaknesses out of the 3 and like movesets and shit like that. I don't know. But yeah, I always picked Charizard, and it was bullshit at Gen 1 when it was weak to ice and shit like that. For Gen 2, I always pick Cyndaquil. Typhlosion's my favorite Pokemon of all time. And it's mostly because, like, when I used to collect Pokemon cards, I always got, like, the Team Rocket set. And, like, my favorite card was Dark Typhlosion. And, I don't know, I always looked at that Pokemon and I always saw this guy looking like, you know, he's built upon rage and stuff. Like the angrier he gets, the more fiery his fire becomes, and I thought that was pretty dope. Because the card art of Dark Typhlosion's insane, and yeah, he was my favorite card. I'm pretty sure a friend of mine ended up stealing that Pokemon card because he wanted to trade it for like a Jolteon. I'm like, nah, I ain't gonna trade it to you. And then next thing you know, I don't see it in my fucking binder anymore, and the card's gone. So the fucking asshole took it, probably. Oh fuck, I ran out of moves. But yeah, that's, you know, that's what made it my favorite Pokemon. And like, you know, it was the first Johto starter I picked. And I do like Totodile, and I like Chikorita for different reasons, not really in-game wise, for obvious reasons. 2863. So I'm pretty biased when it comes to Cyndaquil, clearly. Especially since I got a vintage Cyndaquil, or Typhlosion I should say, in the PC waiting for me right now. Fuck, I forgot to go to the Pokemon Center again. But I wasn't supposed to get them yet. It's because I was trying to find out which fucking mystery gift codes work. And that's what happened to be the next one I tested out to work next, because I wasn't going to pick Cyndaquil yet. I was going to get them eventually. Just as a behind the scenes, I was thinking about getting them around the 8th gym, 2864. The fucking mystery gift codes just refused to work. And now I got like very few options now on mystery gift codes. I think I got an idea what I'm gonna pick next, but at the same time, not really. I don't know. There's I think there's Shiny Absol left, Shiny Huntail, and Shiny Sharpedo. So, and there's also like a Beta Weedle, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I just have to come up with those. Because the Masco one's unavailable. Clearly the Eevee one's unavailable, which fucking annoys the shit out of me. But this is the whole reason why I'm doing the retro Eevee hunt, is because of that bullshit. But yeah, for Totodile though, I do like him a lot. And honestly, well, I mean, Totodile would be the most helpful starter if we're just talking about starters alone, because just to face against like the Dragonites and to teach it Ice Punch is pretty valuable. But usually for me, whenever I get Typhlosion, I always get Poliwrath, and Poliwrath would be my Ice Puncher. And like if I don't have Poliwrath, I would have like Lapras or something, or like, I don't know, there's plenty of water types that learn ice moves, so I always got that coverage. But for Alligator, in theory, would be the most helpful too, technically. I have won a Fire Monologue before, which I really wanted to make a video of, but I wanted to make it like a different, unique video of me talking about it, because I did do a Fire Monologue. And I don't know. There was a few exceptions to the rules with the Fire Monologue, because since I had to just go for fire Pokemon, I had to just straight up gun for them and shit. So, you know, bending the rules a little bit, instead of the first area to catch a Pokemon and shit, I just, you know, go to the routes where the fire Pokemon are and catch them. Which aren't many, but you know, at least I managed to win that. I just wish I remember how exactly all of that shit went. That's like the only problem I have. And at some point I did get Pokerus in that one. But anyway, yeah, no, for Alligator I would say it's technically the most helpful one. But the whole reason I brought the whole Fire Monologue up is because it is possible to win the game with just fire types. I forgot how I handled Lance. I really don't remember. I might have just brute forced them or some shit. Gen 1, I like Charmander as a kid. Growing up, Bulbasaur is 100% the best pick. Gen 2, I like Cyndaquil, but oh my god, everything is water or has has a water move. Totodile has better learn move pool. Yeah. No, that's why Totodile is overall the best pick if I'm being honest. Just, you know, more so helpfulness wise when it comes to that. I wouldn't say that every water Pokemon had water. Like, obviously, like when you go to the ocean routes, you'll find them and shit. Because it's not so... There's certain trainers, like at least after Violet City, that you have to fight water Pokemon, but that could be easily dealt with because it's like Woopers and Quillfish and Magikarps and shit like that. And you know, you could, I don't know, from the trainers, I know Gold, Silver, and Crystal like the back of my hand. I never sent, like, Cyndaquil out in front of a water ground type. Unless, like, I am doing a solo run or whatever, then I just have Mudslap. Because Mudslap is super helpful if you're just, you know, focusing on just Cyndaquil or Quilava or whatever. And plus, like, early game Cyndaquil is great because you could go to the Sprout Tower and just kill every Bellsprout. By then, you'll evolve your Cyndaquil to Quilava, and then you'll have a better chance to fight Faulkner and his fucking cheating bitch-ass Pidgeotto, and you're just set. I don't know. All the starters in Gen 2 don't exactly have the best stats, to be honest. Totodile learning Ice Fang and Crunch by level up really boosted standing by a lot. Yeah, I mean that's Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Gold, Silver, Crystal didn't have Ice Fang, but back then with Gold, Silver, Crystal, like, you know, I would buy Ice Punch in like the Goldenrod department store all the time because it's like fairly cheap. You buy it and then you use Ice Punch and then bada bing, bada boom, you win. And yeah, they made Feraligatr a lot better in the future, actually. Yeah, but not, but you could pick up a flying type to do the same thing. Flying type? For what regard? I always, you know, before the whole pager thing, I always got myself a flying type and a water type. That's a must. Because we need a flyer and we need a surfer. Bellsprout Tower. Yeah, but Cyndaquil fucking kills in that place. But yeah, no, when you're picking Totodile or Bellsprout, yeah, you would have to catch another Pokemon. It doesn't have to be a flying type. You could pick whatever, as long as it's not like super effective against it. Because if we're talking Crystal version, you could just get yourself a Growlithe left of Violet City. If we're talking Gold and Silver, you could have options. Sure, you could get Pidgey there for Bellsprout, my dude. Yeah, obviously, I know that. But, yeah, like, you know, Butterfree or Beedrill. But yeah, no, Growlithes are right there, I feel. If we're talking about Crystal version, or even Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I think Heart Gold, Soul Silver has that grass available. Let's see here. There's 2869. Let me think. But yeah, Chikorita's always kind of been harder to use all the time. There has to be like a lot of Pokemon supporting it to make her work. Yeah, it's a bit harder. It's just Feraligatr over the generations gone so much better, for sure. Like, doesn't he, in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, like, learn Ice Fang pretty early on? Like, level 18 or 20 or some shit? I'm pretty sure. For 3rd gen, the majority of the time, like I said, I always use Mudkip. Always, always, always. Whenever I do try Torchic and Trico, I don't know. It just doesn't feel the same. It just feels like it's just always meant to be a Mudkip game, and Mudkip is the superior Pokemon in 3rd gen for sure by a landslide. So that's like 3 generations with Water Pokemon alone winning. I don't know. It's just a different feel for Torchic and like Trico. For Torchic, I have to evolve my Torchic into Combusken to make him work for even the first gym, unless I catch something else. Because, like, I know Shroomish are available or whatnot. But I don't know. Like, if we're just talking about Torchic, like, you have to get Combusken ready. And Trico's really easy to use, for sure. I imagine, like, the speed boost Mega Blaziken. I know it's beyond broken, but isn't that like an Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire thing just for Mega Blaziken? I forget if it was like an event or some shit. I'm pretty sure it's an event, right? There was a couple events with the Auras. It was like a shiny Beldum or some shit. That was a pretty good gift, to be honest. 2872. So I feel like, I don't know, for Gen 2, even though I did the majority of the time pick Cyndaquil, I did pick a good amount of times with Totodile too. Because, like, even if it's like a good 75% of the time with Cyndaquil, it's still a pretty decent chunk compared to what I do with Gen 3. Because Gen 3, like I said, like, it's 90% Mudkip for me. Or maybe even more than that in the percentage range. Like, Torchic and Trico are very small, that amount of times that I used them. And I don't even think I complete the game very much. Like, very rarely I finish the game with them. So I don't know, maybe I'm just being unfair about the 3rd gen thing. But, you know, eventually I'll use the other two, I guess. I'm just more used to Trico more than I am Torchic, I guess. 4th gen, 4th gen, I always believe that has like the best all-around starters, in my opinion. Turtwig, Chimchar, and Piplup are absolutely great from like start to finish, and like their first to last evolution and shit like that. And yeah, I don't know. That's the most all-around Pokemon that I pick. It's just like I usually always pick Piplup. I always wanted also to set up with Turtwig. Chimchar I use the least, believe it or not. Like, Chimchar as just a Chimchar by himself struggles a lot, in my opinion, at least in the first couple matches. 2873. Because a lot of the time, even in the first battle, I just lose. And I don't know why. I don't know if his defenses are just significantly lower or something. Or maybe it's just coincidence, but once Chimchar does get going, he is pretty good. Because like with Monferno, with taking out the first gem, because that's pretty early on. It's, you know, once he becomes great and everything. And I'm pretty used to Infernape, and Infernape is pretty great on its own right. It's just Chimchar's the problem early game for me. And I know that might not be the same case for everybody else, but that's just what I notice every time I pick Chimchar. Maybe I'm just not a Chimchar guy, but Piplup and Turtwig always like did great for me, for sure. Just throughout the game. Like, obviously Piplup would struggle with like the second gym and stuff, but like that's why other Pokemon were there for. The first time I played Platinum version, I had like Jirachi in my team because of the whole event thing. They were like, "Oh, get your Jirachi pre-order in GameStop and stop by in and stuff." And I had this team where like I was focusing on Pokemon that has the colors blue, white, and yellow, and it worked. Like I got Empoleon and Togekiss and like Pachirisu and Jirachi. And Lucario basically has blue, white, and yellow, kind of. And then I think I stopped doing the blue, yellow, and white thing and just got Houndoom anyway, or some shit. Or no, Garchomp. Even though he doesn't have white except for his teeth and his blades. Yeah, that was my blue, white, and yellow team. I don't know why I did that. I just thought I just saw a theme and it worked because they gave, you know, Cynthia gave me Togepi. That was a good team. But yeah, Turtwig always kind of hold this on. He was a good Pokemon. 5th gen, like, it was, I don't know, 5th gen wasn't my most favorite starter Pokemon in my opinion. Like I said, in my opinion. It's just, it was always awkward that I had to pick them 2 times in a row with Black 2 and White 2. I always preferred Black 2 and White 2. But for Black and White, I always pick Snivy, and then for Black 2 and White 2, I always pick Tedpig. And I do like Oshawott in the anime, but I think Oshawott's the least one I pick. And I don't mind Oshawott, but I don't know. And yeah, I don't know, there's not really much else to say about it. It's just like I always pick the same team in Black and White. It just kind of funnels through just depending on the starter I pick. 2875. Black 2 and White 2 on the other hand, I have like I have a pretty decent chunk of food to pick, because I like last time I played that game I had Gigalith and shit. Gigalith and Zoroark and who else? I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure Larvesta's in the first game, but you can't get Volcarona in the second game, but just a Volcarona. Oops, I didn't mean to attack him. I just realized it was a Phantom. What was my team? I think with Emboar, I think I called Venipede, and I used a Scolipede for a while. And then I think from shit, I'm like trying to remember. There was a Eevee available, but I didn't use it. 2876. I'm pretty sure at least. I think I used a Sawsbuck because I don't know, when I'm playing Pokemon games, if they give me a Pokemon, I usually use it like more than half of the time if it works for my team. So I did use a Sawsbuck. Yeah, so I think Sawsbuck, Zoroark, I think, Gigalith, and I had to pick a water Pokemon. I think I actually picked Swanna, surprisingly enough. I'm pretty sure that is a weird choice, I'll admit. And there are other options, because I end up like really liking Jellicent over time. Call him Blue Regard. He's like the fucking dude in the Pringles can. Because like the Black and White, I end up picking Caracosta because I really like Caracosta a lot. Let's see here. Yeah, because for my Black and White team, I had Superior, I had Simipour because it gave me a free monkey because the first gym cheats. I ended up getting Crocodile, Substrika, shit, I don't remember. Caracosta, I think Volcarona, unless I got Haxorus. One of them I got Haxorus, unless it was Braviary. It was one of them three. Some shit like that. Because I usually always catch the first Pokemon, but I don't know, I always have like, I always end up swapping it out once I have a different complete team. So in total I would have 7, but like, you know, like I said, the first Pokemon caught I would always switch it out. I don't know why I have that rule, but I do. It's not like really a rule, it's just a habit more so. Cause like I said, I had Emboar, Scolipede, and then I switched him out eventually. Sawsbuck, Gigalith, fuck, I forgot the other ones. Zoroark, I think Amoonguss was a possibility. I don't remember. It was some shit like that. No, I don't think I used the Mungus at that run, but shit, I don't remember. That was a while. 28, 79. But yeah, it always made me feel weird that there was 5th gen back-to-back. So like 2 sets of starters, so it made me think about like, okay, I'll pick this one on this game, and then I'll pick a different starter on this game and stuff. Apparently there was code that like, so, you know, just how memory link works, that you get to face yourself from the black and white games with the same team and everything versus, you know, you and black 2 and white 2. That would have been pretty cool. But they never pulled the trigger on it. Maybe because I had potential to mess up because 2880. Because who knows, you might have like level 100s or some shit or something like that, and you have to copy the exact team or something. I don't know, something about the transfer data. I could see why that would be a problem. But like Charon and Bianca had similar teams. I almost ran from this thing. Let's see here. 2881. I'm still trying to remember what the fuck team I had. Embor, Scolipede. I think I did have Excadrill. We got 2882, the mirror numbers. Second gym to the 3rd gym, because I usually always get a Pokemon in between gyms and shit. Oh, I think I used a Bisharp. I'm not saying that's in between 2 and 3. Maybe I didn't catch a Pokemon between 2 and 3 because it just goes straight from Burbank all the way to Castelia City. Unless I was given a Pokemon. 2883. I don't remember. It's been a long time. Pokemon X though, like Fennekin, Froakie, and Chespin, when it comes to starter Pokemon, they're pretty good. I just think Chespin's kind of the outlier here, or else it would have been like an all-around good pick for starters. I know people that do love Chestnut though, and I know other people that don't like Chestnut. 2884. Greninja's incredible. I know some people that also has the same feelings when it comes to Delphox, similar to Chestnut. But clearly I always pick Froakie for me. And I already mentioned that I got lucky and got Wonder Traded a shiny Charmander, so I definitely used that in my team. And for my second starter I used Bulbasaur, so that was fantastic. 2885. I think I did end up using the Lucario that was given. I ignored the Lapras one because I didn't want to get a Lapras because that's like the 3rd game they offered Lapras, and I'm good. I already have a water type. I'll pass, but thank you. So that's 4 Pokemon. I think the 2 other ones. I don't think I evolved my Eevee to Sylveon or anything like that. I think I kept Tyrantrum because he's great. I love Tyrantrum. Oh, I don't remember the last one. Actually, now that I think about it, Black 2 and White 2, I might have used Galvantula. One of the Black and White teams I chose Chandelure because I love Chandelure. It might have been the first one, thinking since I have Embor in the second one. For X and Y, what was it? 2886. 3 starters, pretty much. Lucario. Was there another given Pokemon? Okay, there's Lucario, and then there's... Usually I always catch static Pokemon too, but I didn't catch Snorlax this time. Maybe I use Sage's Slash? No, I don't think that's what it is. 2887. Oh, I think I use Ampharos because of the Mega Ampharos. I think that's what it is. Yeah, that's probably my 6th Pokemon. Because most of my Pokemon can Mega Evolve, because I was pretty hyped for that. So Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon has kind of almost the same thing with Black and White and Black and White too. Except Ultra Sun and Moon kind of are treated like, you know, it's supposed to be the Platinum version of their game, but they just split it into 2. Because it's not exactly how Black and White approach with Black 2 and White 2. Black 2 and White 2 are very much sequels. In a way, I guess people could kind of see it as a Pokemon Gray. I was waiting for Pokemon Gray, but that shit never came out. And I was waiting for Pokemon Z, but that never came out. So when they did Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, it's pretty much just Sun and Moon, but I did pick 2 different starters. Oh, I'm trying to remember what I picked at first. I did like the starter Pokemon all around at first, but like I said, Popplio disappointed me. Oh, I ran out of moves already. Or else they would have been great, because the water Pokemon is absolutely the outlier. The other 2 Pokemon are pretty perfect in my opinion. I love them a lot. Did I pick Lynn at first? Shit, I don't remember. A family friend of mine says that one of their friends actually picked Rowlet. I think I did pick Rowlet at first, and then I picked Lynn second. I'm almost positive, because I called Rowlet Pistachio. But yeah, they picked Rowlet, and they didn't realize that that was a shiny Rowlet that they picked. That they got that lucky. That like when someone pointed it out, and it almost seems not true, but it pretty much is true, because they're a casual player. That they eventually realize it's like, wait, no, this is a shiny, what the heck, or whatever. So yeah, they got pretty lucky. Unless they are lying, because it definitely does sound like an elementary school lie or some shit, and they might have shiny hunted for like, you know, however long upon game release or some shit. But yeah, for Sun and Moon, I got Pistachio, eventually to Decidueye. Where are my Pokemon? I think my first Pokemon caught... What was it? Shit, I don't know. Considering shinies are 1 out of 4,000, statistically should occur pretty often among the millions of players. Yeah, that'd be pretty neat. Oh, I don't remember what Pokemon I got in Sun and Moon. I know I didn't get Toucannon. Maybe I think I got a Alolan Grimer as my first Pokemon, because I did kind of like Alolan Muck. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Alolan Muck. And it was hard to pace, because like usually I go by gym leaders when I pick something. So I guess I went by trials in this case. Oh fuck, I forgot. Didn't X and Y, do they have a Rotom available? Because I know that there's a spot that you could just switch Rotom parts, and that would have been pretty cool. 2890, I don't know why I said 3. I know I used Alolan Ninetales 100%. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. I know I used them. Use her. I think I got Alolan Marowak, I'm pretty sure. So that's 4 Pokemon. Yeah, there's a scientist in a van that gives it. And X and Y, right? Because I think the parts are available in Sycamore's lab, right? Some shit like that. In Black and White, anyway. black 2, white 2, or you just black and white? Because that's post game if so. 2891. Shit. So yeah, Alolan Marowak. I do like a couple of. There's some really good Sun and Moon Pokemon. Like I love Araquanid for sure. He's dope as hell. But I never got to use him, even though I can, because there was other water type options. I just don't remember what I picked. Unless I did, both I think. Oh, okay. What did I use? Yeah, both of them are just the Decidueye and the Incineroar. Both teams are lacking water type. So what water type did I actually pick? Unless did I get Araquanid? I don't know why I don't remember these things. Oh, I used Pelipper. I remember that because Pelipper was insane in Sun and Moon. He has Drizzle and shit. That was amazing. And one of the trainers just give you a straight up Aerodactyl. I remember that much. That was insane. Yeah, I used Pelipper as my first mon. Did I? Was it Wingull or was it Alolan Grimer? They're both found pretty early on. Unless I save Alolan Grimer for the second playthrough. It was some shit like that. I'm pretty sure Pelipper was my main water Pokemon. Huh. Yeah, I just remember him being insane. Because I have a soft spot for Wingull and Pelipper. Something about him. I think I named the male Dewey and then the female Misty. Even though there's already a Misty, but I don't know. I think those names fit them. So 1, 2, 3. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh. I don't think I caught a Jangmo. I think I did use Vikavolt, or Vikavolt, whatever you want to consider how to pronounce the name. I would have used a Mimikyu, because Mimikyus are pretty great as well. I don't know if I did though. What did I use? I'm not sure. 2893. It sucks so bad that I don't remember the Pokemon. I mean, I only was talking about this just to talk about the starters, but then I got carried away and just thought about my teams. I never remember my teams. Because I didn't even talk about my first 4 generations worth of teams. It's all because of Black and White, because like Black, White, and Black 2 and White 2 got me hella confused on like the teams, because they're very similar and mixed match in my head. 2894. I think I did use Vikavolt in Sun and Moon. I don't know. Ultra Sun and Moon Incineroar was first used. And that's all I remember for some reason. That's great. 2895. Maybe I did use a Araquanid. I'm not totally sure. And a Alolan Muk and such. Sorry, just texting a little bit. Shit, I don't remember everything else that I had. Okay, well, anyway, besides the Sun and Moon starters, the Sword and Shield starters, crap, I don't even know. I would say it's. I don't know if the Sword and Shield starters, like thinking about like from the start to finish with the final evolutions, are they really my least favorite? Because I know it's gonna sound blasphemous, but it's either because I'm not the biggest fan of 5th gen starters, but I do like Superior the best out of the 3 of them, and I like Mborn Samurai are not like too bad, and I do like them to an extent. But for Sword and Shield, I still think Cinderace needs some work design wise, but I do like Scorbunny the best. And I'm not gonna use Rillaboom and Inteleon. I guess if I had to pick the next starter to choose would be the Rillaboom line. But are they like my for sure least favorite starters? I guess it is. It's my Sword and Shield's probably my least favorite starters then. And then for Gen 9, like I would use, you know, the Fire and the Grass starter. Like I really had to think about that, because for a while 5th gen starters was my least favorite starters. And like, you know, I'm not saying that I hate them or anything like that. It's the same thing when it comes to like evolutions, for example. Like if you were to pick your least favorite evolution, that doesn't mean I hate those evolutions. I like all of them. But like, you know, for the evolutions, Espeon's my least favorite. But I don't hate Espeon, I actually like it very much. It's just so happened to not surpass the other evolutions in my book, if that makes sense. Because all the starters, I like them all to like an extent. You know, I don't dislike any of them. Like there's some that I like more than others, clearly. You know, some people least favorite starters like Chikorita, for example. Yeah, I mean, I guess Sword and Shield, I never really thought about it till today, but yeah, I think Sword and Shield is my least favorite starters out of all of them, because that Gigantamax isn't nothing to be odd about, I guess. Like Rillaboom's Gigantamax is the best. I'm not really, like, I like Inteleon with the spy thing, but as a starter Pokemon, I don't really like her as much. Like the second and the final evolution, I like Sabo a lot. Like the first, the basic stage of the Pokemon, I like a lot, like design-wise and everything. Even though, like I said, Swabbles is a bit simplistic. They would have been the most overall, but the final evolutions is what really took the cake for me. 2900, there we go. And for the Rillaboom line, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Gen 9, Fuecoco, Sprigatito, and Quaxley. I always forget the fucking name of the water one. I'm not gonna pick the water type starter anytime soon. The fire ones with the one I picked for sure. I almost like, part of me does like Sprigatito line a little bit more, but I wanted to pick the fire starter because I always primarily pick the fire starters, and I don't regret picking Fuecoco because I like using Habanero. But I think honestly I do like Sprigatito a little bit more, like Meowscarada, but it's not like my Pokemon of choice, if that makes sense. Even though I like her the most, like overall. It's very complicated to explain that, because it doesn't make sense, like, explaining it to people. Because people would be like, what do you mean it's not your Pokemon of choice? That's like my starter Pokemon, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Skeletorich is not my really Pokemon of choice either, I guess. don't know, I guess because more so, Meowscarada doesn't feel like it represents me, I suppose. Neither does Skeletorich, but he's closer to it. But eventually I'll use Meowscarada. I don't know what Pokemon I would pick, because I still haven't even finished my Skeletorich team. I mean, that's part of the reason why I like Pokemon so much, is because I like mixed matching teams. Whenever I play like Red version and then I have a different file on Pokemon Blue version, I try my best to pick different teams for all of them. And I like to... It's not exactly theorizing, but like, you know, using headcanon and stuff, like, oh, if my, what would be the canon team for like these people or whatever, like, you know, if they had their own multiverse. If Red picked Charmander, what would his team be? And then you'd be like, you know, this water Pokemon would be Lapras along with Charmander, you know, shit like that. Same goes for Gold, Silver, Crystal, and so on. Like, you know, if they had their own multiverse, what would their teams be? I like thinking about that type of shit. You still hanging in there in Monster Hunter? I know that you've been focused on there for a while. I'm surprised you're still awake, actually. You usually sleep around this time. Or at least we're getting close to the time. So it's like 1:30 for you, right? There was a person I was talking to last night that stayed up longer than they needed to. That they had work in like 2 hours. I was like, oh shit, you're still awake, not bad. Took the day off tomorrow. Oh, okay, cool. Let's see here. And 2902. Wait, so if you took the day off tomorrow, did you work Monday? Or did you also take the day off for that? You just had like a 4-day weekend or something? Or is there like a particular reason why you took the day off? 2903. I was talking with a friend about the fight that was added in Monster Hunter, and we are stuck at the same part of the fight, aka the last part where it just explodes everywhere. Just Tuesday. Oh, so you did work yesterday? Does your friend accompany you in Monster Hunter, like online-wise? I wanted to play Monster Hunter mostly. It's valid. I sometimes took the days off when I needed to work for, like, non-valid reasons in my book. So I understand. If you wanted to play Monster Hunter, it's like, yeah, I just mostly want to do this and that work. Like, I get that. See, if only I could make that excuse last year when I was working at that place. So like, hey, so I was thinking of playing the Xenoverse an extra bit longer, so I'm not gonna come in. And they're like, oh, I understand. Don't worry about it. You know, I just take a week off. It's like, oh, thanks, boss. You're the best. 2905. I was meaning to fucking look through my 3DS just to see what, for my Pokemon X file, which fucking shiny Pokemon I caught, because I straight up just don't remember. Or like what the names are mostly. Now, we are playing at our own for now. We wanted to come up with our own strats for the fight to do it well. Oh, okay. Understandable. Okay. I think maybe 4. I mean, I could just open the packs now. I don't know why I'm waiting for it. Yeah, I'll open the first set of packs now on TCG Pocket. There's so much crap on my phone right now. What the hell? Okay. And the other person still isn't ready to trade yet. I've been waiting for a while. You probably noticed that on the trade thing. I was trying to wait for this person, but they haven't been active. I don't remember what pack I had last. Looks like Diamond Pro. No Palkia. I opened Palkia last. Oh, no. I just... Oh. I opened Triumphant Light last. I was about to say, that felt off. Okay, so Triumphant Light was last, so... Let's open whatever's after that. Let's see here. Okay, Dialga's next. 2806. Okay, I'll try to raise up a little bit higher so you guys can hear. Alright, so Dialga. There's no turnover packs. Okay, I'll keep spinning until I run into the next Pokemon. I'm not gonna be able to sprint, so I'm gonna have to walk back and forth. Okay, this pack. Nothing. I don't have any holographics in the bag. Shit. I got Veneeri, Roselia, Hitmontop, I got Mightyena, and I got Granados. Fuck. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. Okay, and my other pack is gonna get ready in like an hour and a half or so. Two hours and 16 minutes actually. What? That long? That's like 5:45. No way. Okay, it looks like it's gonna be one pack today. Yeah, that's like 5:45, and I was gonna end the stream sooner than that. Alright. I mean, then again, what's 118? Under 18 hourglasses. I'm a bit paranoid by the time the like October 1st happens with all the fucking like wonder glasses and stuff, or hourglasses I should say. Like if I end up paying for one hourglass, that I hope it doesn't bite me in the ass and go like, oh, I'm one short from 30 packs or something. Because I'm not really putting the math together with like the rank and the shop reset, and then also the missions. Because I forget how many in total that would be. Because that should be roughly close to 150, right? Some shit like that. So I don't really know. All the missions, or not all the missions, but like the short-term one, the daily one. I mean, yeah, it's finished. Okay, cool. 2909. My bad, I just opened my feed and everybody keeps doing the trend with like the whole AI picture thing when they're on the phone and on the bed or some shit and then screams behind them. Except in this picture in particular, it's not Scream at all, or Ghostface or whatever the fuck. It's just a dude with the white mask. Like quite literally, that's it. It's just a regular white mask with like the black hoodie instead of Ghostface, which the trend is Ghostface, so I'm not really sure why he's appearing. So I have no idea. $29.10. But this is like the 4th or 5th one that I saw on my feed this week, so yeah, it's very much trending nowadays. I don't know if you've seen that trend that I'm talking about, but yeah, it's out there. At least where I'm at. $29.11. There's the fucking finally address. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Well. This weekend's gonna be busy. Oh, here's the other one. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Huh. Okay. Did I count it? I don't recall. 2913. I don't think I did. We should actually make it to 3,000 by the end of this. It's like an hour and a half left, so that's pretty decent. 2914. I'm not gonna title the video 3,000 or anything, but yeah. But yeah, like I said, for the absence of Thursday, I think I'm gonna. That's my plan on making it up for the following Thursday, because I don't think the Saturday stream was enough. I mean, it's enough to make it, 5 days worth of streams like I always try to do, at least lately. But I think like for this Thursday we'll have multiple stuff going for us, like the TCG Pocket opening, and then like playing a little bit of Pokemon Archipelago if I patch it correctly, and possibly something else too, like a little bit of Pokemon Xenoverse, of course, because I don't want to just neglect it either. Like we'll play a good amount of it, get a good number in. Maybe even like, just depending of how far we are, we could stop at 4,000 or some shit, because by Thursday we should be around 4,000, I imagine. Pretty close, right? Because it's like 300 a day. Like if we end today around the 3,000 range, then 3 other days more, it'll be 3,900. 2916. So yeah, by Thursday it should be 4,000. I'll think of something to do. Or it could be Marvel Snap as well, just a little bit of that. It could be the Variety Thursday. More variety than usual, instead of just a simple, like, just Pokemon TCG Pocket. 2917. It's just sometimes the game of TCG Pocket and in the emulator is super fucking slow a lot of the time. It takes a while for it to load. Unless I open it like sooner or something and then just have it in the background until it's ready. I don't know. not sure how good of an idea that is, because like even if it's there for hours and I come back to it, like if it still lags. 2918. I think I mentioned this in the past stream, but like there was starter Pokemon that I made like back then along with a family member, because we were trying to do a competition on like who could make the best starter. And it's shitty drawings, but I think the idea is pretty neat. 2919, because I like the idea of, and this is before when Sun and Moon came out, but I always wanted to have a fire cat, except like this fire cat ends up being a fire lion. And also this is before Pyroar, just to mention. Like we made this pretty much like around 5th gen time, I'm pretty sure at least. But yeah, like it would have been cool if it's like a little fire Simba cat that evolves into a bigger cat. Like, have you ever seen Lion King? That scene where like Simba walks across the log and they do like a little time skip, and then you know he becomes like a teenager Simba with like a tuft of hair. That's pretty much the second evolution. There'll be a little bit of a fireball on top of his head. And then for the final evolution, the whole mane is fiery. Unlike Pyroar, where it's just quite literally fur, and he's a normal type for some reason. This one will be pure fire type. And he'll have like, you know, the fangs of a saber-tooth pretty much. Just like how the behemoth looks, except the saber-teeth things would be a little bit longer. Kind of basically looks like Saber Leomon basically, except fire type and an actual fire mane. 2920. The water starter, I had it be like a little puppy that has like a fishing lure as a tail. The middle stage would be like a greyhound dog. Like both their colorations is silver and blue, and his tail would be a harpoon. And the final evolution, I made it to be a wolf, but like a very bulky, muscular wolf. On fours, not bipedal, by the way. Like the lion's also bipedal, or not bipedal, quadrupedal. I'm sorry, I meant to say the other way. Yeah, they're all on fours, pretty much. I said the opposite thing. Quadrupedal. And his tail is an anchor that could shoot out like a harpoon. And they're also kind of silvery bluish, kind of. Unless I want to make it white, I'm not sure yet. And the whole idea why is a wolf and dog and shit like that is because the logic is that, you know, lion sons, they kind of go hand in hand, you know, similar to Solgaleo, stuff like that, the Sun Eater, whatever it is you would consider. Cats hate water, so that's why the dog is the water type. But also, like, you know, obviously dog chases cat. Also along the lines that wolf kind of howls to the moon kind of pushes and pulls the water, you know, it has a lot to do with it. Like all these things kind of connect, even though like in Digimon, Garurumon and shit like that, they kind of associate more with ice. But that's kind of all the connection, like the back and forth of it. That's why it all makes sense. It stopped making sense once I get to the grass type though, because I basically made like a tiny grass ground type lizard, and also like the puppy and the dog, like and the wolf, they end up being water steel type. But and I know that kind of conflicts with the fire type because now it's neutral or whatnot, but we'll deal with that with like the abilities or whatnot, I guess. Let's see. But for the grass ground type, it's pretty much a lizard similar to Snivy, but not really. It's just kind of like a mini raptor, pretty much. like from Jurassic World or whatnot, like those little tiny ones. Not the very tiny ones; those are creepy. But the second evolution would be a straight up Velociraptor, and then the final evolution would be a gigantic T-Rex, similar to Tyrantrum, except he's grassing ground. It'll be a T-Rex that looks very earthly-like. It's green and brown and all that shit. That's just like a mixture of it. And those are the starter Pokemons that I basically came up with. And I think those, I don't know, I really like that idea, and I like all those starters, clearly. I'm pretty biased of it because it's my baby. It's my brainchild. And I was pretty shocked to see that they basically... No, actually this was before 5th gen, because we also... We were making a joke about Blitzel being a Pokemon, and it ended up being a Pokemon. But it was kind of more so of a Christmas joke, because there's a reindeer named Blitzen, but I kept like making fun of its name, and it kept saying Blitzel. Not really making fun of his name, but I was trying to make it out of a joke. Because I was going like, go ahead Blitzel, or whatever, and I kept using a British accent and such. And yeah, then they made the fucking zebra Pokemon. And it was also a surprise, like when Linton came out and Pyroar, and I was kind of disappointed with Pyroar because it's not the lion Pokemon that I wanted. But, you know, whatever. Ah, fuck, they hatched. Yeah, those are the starter Pokemon that I made. I just wish the drawing was a bit better, because my drawing was a bit poo-poo, to be honest. 184, I think, right? Or did I already do 184? Alright, let's go up here. As for my family relative, I think... Yeah, it definitely was before 5th gen, because he basically... I remember the fire type being called Burnow. It was like quite literally what it sounds like. It did make 184. Fuck! Shit, I never remember these. Yeah, it's an owl that's red, and he associates with fire. So, there's that. I don't remember the grass type at all, but I think I remember the water type pretty much being an eel. Water electric type. I think I already did heal. Well, I mean, now that I'm here, I might as well change the name with this. Oh, no. Change the name with this. This is where I could go to instead of the other thing. Change name. Wait. Oh. That's not what I wanted. I thought this was referring to... I'm being stupid. This is talking about myself? What the fuck? I just read it, I'm all like, what? Or naming me? No, I'm Geo. Well, the character's Geo. That's not my name at all. Okay, 185. 185. Oh, wait, I almost left it. Let's go here. Well, at least I know now, because I was thinking about going there sooner, because I did see that you could change names. I didn't realize it was talking about myself, but sure. Okay, 185 though, for the number of egg he is. Attacks up, special defense down, runaway ability. Stats aren't bad. The attack is pretty bad on the IV side. Oh right, the health. I didn't even consider the HP. I barely been looking at that. It has 0 HP IV stat. Because I was looking through all the other numbers except for the HP, now that I think about it. It's just like hidden up there all awkwardly. It's somewhat of a clown-nighty nature. So let me look back at the... Which one is it? This one? No, it's this one. It has 4. His stats really is dog shit then. 0, 1, 4, 7, then 23, then 29. On my off time, I'll try to look at the stats, but holy shit. Actually, hold on, I need to switch back to the bugs. Okay, and then I need to remember that it's 186 next. I might end up forgetting, watch. Let's go ahead. Oh man, I had the closest run yet. Had to be under 1% health. Damn. Looks like he went through it. Let's see here. 24-25 or 29-25, sorry. But we're getting pretty close to doubling 1500. Pretty close, we're just 75 away. And 29-26. I swear, if I get to 4,000 and there's still no shiny Pokemon, like, I don't even know what to say. I'm still pretty surprised that, like, in the regular game, even though it was a grinding montage, that I managed to kill 90 Odysseys, which is insane. 29-28. Yeah, it just really hurts how close it is, and then the monster pulls some closer bomb out of its bum. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. I seen this video about like Mario 64 and the pacifist run, and hold on, let me look up the definition of pacifist. Oh my god, I don't know why I can't say that. I used to say it fine before. 29-29. Cause like I always kind of took it as like a pacifist is always like, you know, you don't want to hurt anybody, not that you don't want to kill anybody or something like that, because some people take it as like you don't want to kill anybody. Let me just make sure so I'm not like tripping or anything. Pacifist, a person who believes that war and violence are unjustifiable. Adjective, holding the belief that war and violence are unjustifiable. It doesn't say specifically like not hurting or not killing. It just says not against war or violence. Because I always kind of considered that pacifism is the opposition to war or violence. So I guess, I don't know. Because there are some cases where they're like, oh, well, I'm not killing the enemy or whatever, and I'm all like, that's not what that means. Like, if you hurt the thing, that doesn't mean you're a pacifist, you know? It's because, like, I don't know. I'm not saying not to have a touchless run or some shit, but if you hurt the enemy, even if you didn't kill it, then, you know, that's still violence. That's how I always interpreted the definition of it. If they hurt you, that's fine. If that happens, because you're not hurting the enemy. Unless it does hurt it, then by which, then yeah, the run is over. But yeah, I remember him saying that, and I realized that because he made a lot of liberties of choices on these rules, which to a degree I kind of understand, you know, because the run would definitely end if you just like realize that you have to beat Bowser to advance the game, and that's like 12 stars in or 15 or whatever the fuck, however soon you want to get to Bowser. So like, you know, your pacifist run, I don't know why I still can't say that, it's just practically over then and there. But like, you know, they make the exception of the rules, like, okay, well, let's see how far we can go past, and then that I can understand, because then you know, people will still be curious to see out of all the levels that you can get what is not possible and shit. And it sucks that like Big Boo's haunt, like you have to kill a Boo just to get in the level and shit. Even though they're technically already dead, you still hurt a ghost. Practically, you know, you make it into nothingness. I think it's safe to say that that's pretty violent, you know, when you ground pound it away. 2933. So like that's like 7 stars already gone right then and there. And there's like a lot of times with the 100 coin stars, like you have to like kill the enemies to get the coins. So yeah, I don't know. I found it interesting. Challenge runs are pretty cool. Let's see here. Of course, I missed Mega Horn. I have no more Mega Horns. 2934. You know how the other day I mentioned that it doesn't snow in my area, but it does in fact rain in place of our snow? It was supposed to rain today, and I just had a text message like, oh, there's no rain, but it was overcast. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not looking forward to the rain. I'm not the biggest fan of the rain. There's people that like the rain. I wish, like, I don't know. I think it'd be... I like the dynamic of, like, because I've seen this somewhere, I don't know where, but I like the dynamic of it, where, like, 2935, by the way. That, like, you know, if you have a son or daughter or something, and then you teach them that it's not the worst thing in the world to have a rainy day or something. And I understand that's not the case for everybody, but, like, they made it a habit to, like, tell their son or daughters, like, oh, it's another beautiful rainy day. And then every time you say that, it becomes a positive thing. So you guys do something, you know, that won't get y'all sick when you go into the rain or whatnot. To then, like, do some activity out there. So, like, you know, getting their upbringing for the son and daughter to get used to it. I would like that dynamic. I wouldn't mind it. And then, you know, to turning that negative thing for myself into a positive thing. You know, maybe into a positive memory with, like, you know, a future son or daughter or whatever. I think that'd be pretty nice. But yeah, I don't know. I forgot where I got that from. But I don't think they had it in mind, like, you know, whatever the thing is that I saw. it wasn't really, you know, an on-purpose thing to turn something negative into a positive. They kind of already started as a positive to begin with, and you know, wanted to add the positivity to their son and daughter in doing that. But I'm taking it as like, oh, I don't like the rain, so it's a negative for me, but I could turn it into a positive, and like just, you know, picking up what they're putting down, I guess. That wasn't their intention. It was just always positive in their mind. But I wouldn't mind doing that. That's what I'm saying. Except, you know, regardless in reality, I'm not gonna like it all that much, but I don't know. It would be pretty cool. That was like a few years ago when I saw whatever it is that I saw. It would be pretty neat, I think. And that's it for that one. 2936. But yeah, I guess it's just forecast today. I don't want it to rain. I really don't. It's just, I don't know, it's too fucking gray. Everything smells like either cement or dirt, and I don't like that smell. I know that some people do, and I always found that kind of weird. But I understand that people like certain smells of things, because, you know, every now and then when I'm at the gas station, I don't mind the smell of gas. Sometimes gas smells, you know, decent in a weird way. And people will find that weird, which I don't blame them. Because it's fucking gas. It's not supposed to be a scent that people like. 2937. But, you know, for those listening, if you like the smell of cement and dirt, and you think I'm weird for liking the smell of gas, which I hadn't even thought about in a long ass time, might I add. Like, I don't think about this shit every time I go to the gas station, which is pretty often. Not often lately. It's been a while since I've been there. Like 2 weeks or 1 week, some shit like that. I don't know. But you know, like cement and dirt's weird. All of it's weird. Gasoline's also weird to like the smell of it. But, you know, besides that, like I said, it's gray, it's depressing, it's fucking doesn't smell great. Even though people do like the smell or like the rain and such like that. It's depressing, you know. Back then, that's like what I always like to do is just go outside and play with friends and shit like that on whatever it is to do outside. 2938. And even still, like, even after we were finished playing outside, we play games indoors into whoever's house. And I enjoyed those days, you know? They call that the dirt smells earthy. Yeah, I'm not into the earthy smell. It's kind of bizarre to me. Like, I get it, but that's not me. I don't like that. It just doesn't, it's just like, smelling dirt is okay. If you want to smell dirt, fucking buy candles or some shit. I don't know. 2939. Let other people question once they walk in the room. It's like, why does it smell like fucking dirt, bro? It's like, oh no, that's my candle. It's called Earth Sensations. Yeah, Earth Sensations. I bought it at Baths and Beyond. But yeah, I don't know. Do you partake in smelling of dirt or cement? Do you even like the rain, actually? That's a better question. I know that you more likely just seen snow or anything. I don't know how often it rains at your place, or if it's just mostly snow. But like I said, it's majority rain. There's 0% snow. There's been a few times it came close. We've seen hail. We've been pelted by hail before. 2940. Rain brings a good smell. Rain is also considered a blessing in many cultures when it occurs during a wedding. Yeah, I understand that. And yeah, I mean, like, do you, when it comes to the good smell that you're talking about, are you talking about cement or dirt or anything, or are you talking about a different smell towards it? Because I understand, like, it's a good thing when it comes to rain bringing crops. and or raining on crops. Like that I 100% understand. Because most of the gripe that I have with rain is because it rains too much over where I live. Once the winter season starts, it fucking rains, and it does not stop. It continues from winter all the way to spring until summertime, and that's like a good 6 months of raining, and that's a lot. That's why I don't like it. And you know, for people that doesn't like the snow, more likely it's because they experience too much snow. You know, they don't want to work and shovel the snow. You know, XYZ reasons. You know, even though I like the snow because it's rare to me, and I like, you know, spending time in the snow, other people don't. I think you are fixating too much on the cement and dirt. It makes grass and trees small, especially pine trees. The grass... Well, grass and trees... I mean, I've been to parks when it's raining, and I don't know, it's making no difference to me. It still smells like fucking dirt to me. Grass is on dirt. There's been plenty of times I have to go through the park and all that shit's muddied up. There's a lot of parks where I live, like a lot of parks. So I've been through my fair share of trees and grass and flowers and shit like that. Because this is from, like, if the rain's starting at September, this shit won't end till, like, the end of May. Maybe even the beginning of June. That's a lot of months. That's 8 months, in fact, if you think about it. It just depends how soon the rain starts. But it's not just about the smell, it's about the fucking, the way it looks. It's all gray. It looks like Voldemort's about to kidnap a child or some shit. You look at the trees and go, it's an aspen because this is what it is, then walks away. I don't know what that means with the aspen part. No, I mean, for the most part, for trees, I don't know, we have a lot of trees as well. Like, some trees look great and everything, like, you know, depending on the view or whatnot. But yeah, we got a pretty good amount of trees. I mean, the place where I live is, we're pretty known for it. Pretty much what our place is known for is trees and parks, for sure. We're not really known for the rain, though. I'll give one that, because Seattle's kind of more so known for the rain. That's their stereotype. Because with the aspen thing, I think, because like I know that that's a city in Colorado. I don't know what the actual word means, though. I imagine it's something tree related. 2944. I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, no, besides the smell, I'm not like, that's not my main gripe with it. It's just the amount of rain that shows. And, you know, whenever it did rain back then, I wasn't allowed to go outside. And so because I don't go outside, I get more bored and everything, so I can't play with my friends. Even though it's just as simple, like I said, like we could spend time with each other outside and then play games inside. So it wouldn't really make a difference. And sometimes I do that, where I do visit the friend even though it's raining and then like play games inside. Because like that's mostly my main gripe, is the amount of time it is, and as well as the few things that we could do as opposed to if it wasn't raining. That, like, I don't know, I just feel like when it's not raining anymore, we got so many options to do whatever the fuck we want. Do whatever the hell we want, you know? Even when it comes to snowing, and if we wanted to snowboard or ski, we just drive to a place that does, or whatever. I guess the same logic applies, that you could just drive away somewhere else where it's not raining, But I don't know. That'd be, I don't know. Just regardless, I don't know. I sent a video explaining my joke. Okay, I'll take a look at it. 2946. Okay, hold on. Do I have to put the volume on, I imagine? Oh, actually, I have to reply to this text too. I'm just gonna put Weatherman's always wrong. This is where the whole rain tension came from, because they mentioned the weather, but the overcasting. Weatherman's always wrong. Discord. I'll just put the volume on a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't get me copyrighted. Oh, there's more stuff put into the Discord on Archipelago. You can tell that it's an aspen tree because of the way it is. How big is this video? I hope it's short. Oh, it's a screen recording. Kind of. Yeah, it's a screen recording. I had a feeling an aspen was a type of tree, because there's Aspen, Colorado, and plus that was the Dumb and Dumber thing. You look at a tree and go, it's an aspen because it is, so it walks away. Okay, I was trying to reread your thing if I understand it more. I mean, I'm not like, you know, there's family members that care more about gardening than I do. When it comes to gardening, that's a whole different story. I could blatantly tell somebody that I kind of don't give a shit about plants all that much. Like, I like my fair share of beautiful looking plants and stuff and trees and such like that. But I don't like to garden. Like, you know, my mom forced me to garden a few times. Did not like it. You know, it's the same thing. I like with the smell of dirt and grass. I don't like it. And, you know, sometimes I was forced to mow the lawn or something like that, do some gardening, taking care of the flowers or whatever the hell. Never liked it. Never liked it. The OG video has way more context, but it's just silly. I'm just saying you don't strike me as an outdoors guy. Okay, well, I mean, outdoors guy, when we're talking about trees, yeah, I'll agree. I'm not that type of outdoors guy, but I am an outdoors person. Like, I do like to go and do activities and shit like that. I haven't done that lately because I'm broke as fuck. 2947. But yeah, no, I always take the opportunity to try to like do stuff. Like, if friends are inviting me to go go-karting, I'm gonna fucking go, you know? I've been to places that people invited me to, whether it's camping or going to the river or some shit like that. Like, that's the type of outdoor stuff that I like to do. But I'm not talking about, I'm not the outdoors type of guy that is like a camping expert or some shit. Hell no. I don't like that. I mean, I've never been camping, but like, that's not my cup of tea, is that type of outdoorsy stuff. Where I like nature like that. What I mean by outdoors person is more so like spending time doing activities and such that, you know, resemble, you know what I mean? Like I said, when I mean like go outdoors to play with friends, straightforward shit, you know, playing tag, hide and seek, you know, playing soccer, playing basketball, whatever the fuck it is. That type of outdoors, neighborhood outdoors type of stuff. Not really outdoors as in, oh, I love trees and the environment or some shit like that. I mean, go-karting is out your doors, but not outdoors. Yeah, I'm not talking about, because you're talking about like nature type of outdoors. That's, yeah, you're right. I'm not that type of outdoors guy. You know, I'm not that guy. I don't know too many people out here that is that person. Well, I guess it depends on the track. Yeah, well, I mean the fucking go-karting I'm talking about is like you know, next to a mini golf course. Like I will say though, I think there's a place in Vietnam, either Vietnam or the Philippines. There's like a knockoff Mario Kart go-kart place that's like super fucking dangerous. That they got like obstacles all over the place. That I would like to try someday. And yeah, no, I'm a person that would like to travel. It's just in the recent years I haven't been as outside as much, I will admit. But, you know, like I said, I'm kind of struggling for a while now. So I didn't really have the opportunity to do that type of stuff. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure you know what I mean now when I say I'm an outdoors kid. And yeah, I do like to play games inside. Obviously, I'm a gamer and everything like that. But I'm also, I don't know, a lot of my personality conflicts with each other. Like, I'm introverted and extroverted at the same time. I know that doesn't make any sense, but I also took a personality test. I am 52% extrovert and 48% introverted. A lot of people know me as a very quiet person and very shy and all that stuff. And then there's other people that know me as super extroverted and they be kind of, you know, shocked to see that I am actually shy, and they always saw me as a very talkative person. You know, and maybe right now because I'm commentating, that like people will think that, yeah, I'm an extroverted person or whatever. Or maybe they could tell I'm introverted. I don't know. It just kind of, the styles kind of clash when it comes to my personality. Where I am shy, but a lot of the time I, like, you know, I have my brave moments and shit. Yeah, I don't know. It just depends, I guess. A lot of the time I like to play games indoors. A lot of the time I try to do athletic stuff like playing basketball, you know, do track and field, play soccer, try football. I was gonna try baseball, even though it's my least favorite sport. But, you know, I never got around to it because I didn't really have the grades for it at the time. But, yeah, I don't know. Back then I considered myself an athlete. I can't really consider myself an athlete anymore because it's been a while. But, you know, I do here and there training every now and then. Just not as much as I used to. I would like to though. 2951. Let's see here. But yeah, all this just stemmed from the whole fucking rain stuff. Like, yeah, I didn't like the rain because I like to do stuff outdoors, spending time back then. Not really into sports myself. Broke a tooth once playing basketball. Kind of decided I was done after that. How old were you when this happened? I always liked playing sports. Well, basketball. Basketball was my shit. I used to play basketball almost every day back then. Even though I wasn't like the best at it, there was like a lot of good players in my high school at the time. Like, I played basketball ever since pretty much 4th grade. Yeah, 4th grade. I mean, early elementary I didn't play it as much, but middle school I played it a lot more. In high school I wanted to join the basketball team, but the same problem, I didn't really have the grades for it. And yeah, it was my favorite sport. I never joined the basketball team. I got lucky enough to join the soccer team, and I did preseason for football, and I did not like it. Like, I don't mind the sport. I don't really fully know the rules, if I'm being honest. Because football wasn't really something that I... Like, I was a casual fan. I only watched, like, the Super Bowl, and that's about it. But I wanted to try football. And, I don't know. During the preseason, it just didn't feel right. I just felt like I didn't belong there. That's kind of the whole reason why I didn't want to stay in the football team. And like the fucking coach kind of took it as like, oh, well, if you know, if you do more weights, you could be stronger. And I'm like, no. That's not the reason why I'm leaving. I just don't think I belong here. I just don't think I like fit in with everybody here, and it just felt off. That's my whole reasoning. I don't know if anybody would understand that. It wasn't because I wasn't in shape. I was very much in shape. He just saying that because I looked skinny at the time or something. I don't know. We were just early high school freshmen. Hold on, what was this? I was at the end of 6th grade. I did martial arts after that, but there are a lot of rules regarding head contact, which makes it tame. Although I still broke the same tooth then too, LMAO. Damn, you broke the same tooth? This isn't karate? So you hate sports because no matter what you do, you just kept breaking the same tooth you had? That's insane. I actually also took karate as well. I'm the strongest white belt on the planet. It's just because around that time, like, I didn't make it past white belt because my mom and dad pretty much divorced around that time, so they kind of stopped paying for my karate classes. That's the reason why I stopped. Because I would have loved to get a black belt, but I only got to white belt. I was there for like a good 3 months. I was about to turn into a yellow belt, which is why I jokingly say I'm the strongest white belt in the world, but I was literally about to hit yellow belt. Attack down, special defense up. No, the stats are pretty alright. Like the health is at 29, speed's 28, and the special defense 25. That's not bad. Likes to relax and calm nature. That's not bad. Alright, 187's next. No, but the reason I know I was about to be a yellow belt is because the way they indicated back then with like getting to one belt to the next, they give you like these red stickers. No, not really red stickers, it was just red tape, and they put it around your belt, and you needed 3 of them to advance to get to the next one, and I had 2 of them, and I was trying to tell Sensei Zero, which is my sensei's name. I don't know why I'm putting him on blast, but that was my sensei, Zero. He like, I kept telling him every day that like, oh, I'm about to do the thing, because I had to demonstrate this martial arts thing, and I did it last time and I didn't accomplish it, and I was trying to memorize it, so the next time I was about to go on the meeting, it would have got me upgraded to the yellow belt. So yeah, I'm not just saying that just for shits and giggles. I 100% would have got yellow belt had I stayed. But no, I'm the strongest white belt on the planet. I hope you know you're talking to a famous person. Not really though. I broke it more unrelated to the actual sport. It's seconded as a daycare, and I was helping with the thrashing kid. Dude had a dense skull that headbutted me from below. I made it to 2nd Dan black belt, Taekwondo black belt, which looks like a black-yellow stripe belt, or yellow-black stripes. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I wish I like went further, and my bad if I kept hesitating reading it, because I'm all like, I don't know if I'm fucking up if I'm saying this word, but yeah. I wish I did more karate, to be honest. I checked up on my sensei every now and then, but he gets pretty, like, you know, it's money first with that guy, like, you know, 'cause I try to see if he could teach me a thing or two, but he's like, no, you gotta pay first, bro. I'm like, oh man, or whatever. I don't know, he wasn't gonna do it for free. Understandable, but like, it felt like he was always kind of penny pinching. Because even the gi was like fucking $90 or some shit like that. Something outrageous. But then I got old enough to work, and I decided to work for a paycheck since I got enough out of martial arts. Yeah, I would say that like the black belt with the yellow stripes is pretty decent to you know, walk away. Okay, let's see. 2954. Yeah, besides going to the soccer team and preseason for football. And I did soccer. Yeah, no, I already said that. Track and field in middle school. I was gonna join cross country, but I don't know. That was like, yeah. And I was considering joining baseball, and I would have tried out for it, but yeah. Yeah, my grades were pretty rough back then. 29.55. It was easier to join very early in school and middle school and shit like that. I never really saw, I mean, I didn't know how to swim very well in middle school, but I think that's the only time they had a swim team was around there. They didn't have one for high school. And even though I don't know how to skate, I would have tried doing hockey, even though I probably would have got my ass kicked, but like hockey would have been something. Like, I don't know, hockey was a sport that I always kind of wanted to get into, or at least watch once or twice. It's just not very known over where I live. Kind of. Like, the nearest place that's into hockey is like 2 hours fucking away. Some shit like that. 29.57. I feel like I'm giving too much clues today when it comes to my whereabouts. But yeah, I feel like I would like hockey if it's just been around and like other friends would be into it. I feel like I would definitely be into it too, even though I can't skate for shit. Sorry if you hear the mic move. Yeah, but to be fair, like I said, I hadn't watched any like sports in a long time. Like, I don't even remember the last thing I watched. I think I saw a soccer game. I'm pretty sure, like a couple months ago. I don't remember. I don't even remember who's playing. 29.58. I do pretty good at skating, but wouldn't want to do hockey since they professionally beat each other up more than WWE. Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty trigger happy with that for sure. I mean, that's the only thing that would probably deter me from joining hockey is knowing how often they fight. Because I wouldn't want to just fight just for shits and giggles. Like, I'd rather fight for a reason. Like, if I'm pissed off and want to fight, then do it. But I don't want to fully expect, like, okay, I'm gonna completely fight a stranger because they just decided, you know what, I feel like fighting right now. Like, I don't like that aspect to it. Like, I'm not opposed to fighting, but I'm not gonna fight somebody just for shits and giggles either. That just feels like a no different than like picking a fight at a bar. Okay, let's go to the Pokemon Center before I forget. But yeah, like I said, I hadn't watched sports in a long time, and I stopped watching basketball a long time ago. And if somebody asked me to play basketball with them, I definitely would. It's just like I'm a bit rusty. Last time I played a little bit of basketball was when it was like a group of people when I was doing my project, like, I think it was May? So this was like 4 months ago? Something like that. They wanted to play horse for some reason, and we never finished our horse game, but I was doing pretty well. Like, I did some pretty decent moves. I would have beat them all, because I could tell I was better than them basketball-wise. So, yeah, I don't know, I had a pretty good shot. I like watching hockey though. It was way more fun than most sports IMO. It doesn't work that way. They just have enforcers that beat down guys that are a little too aggressive. Most games are rather fine. I don't think I ever watched the hockey game from start to finish, so when you say enforcers, what exactly does that mean? Like, enforcers, so if there's a guy that's always just looking to see if like the dude's a bit too rowdy. He's like, you know what, I'm gonna fuck him up or something. Like, there's a guy designated for that. That's crazy. That's almost like bodyguard level type of shit. I don't know. I feel like it looks fun just from the clips I've seen. I would want to watch it. I think it'd be a lot funner to see it in person and like go to the stands and just watch it happen. I'd probably lose track of the fucking puck, to be honest with you, but still, guys that they have on the team that's whole job is to get a card. Card isn't to get fouled and get like penalty and shit like that, and to be placed in the box. I didn't realize there was extra. I didn't realize there was a rule like that in hockey. It's an unofficial position, but it kind of follows the same saying: an armed society is polite society. I might have to see a couple hockey games in the future to know exactly what you mean, but I think I understand a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. It's something I would like to look into for sure. Soccer does the same thing. Soccer, from what because I've seen plenty of soccer and stuff like that. I wouldn't say that they purposely try to foul necessarily. Sometimes, a lot of the times, they purposely try to get fouled. Like they would fucking flop and try to get the other person in trouble. I wouldn't say that there's a person designated to foul on purpose. Like a lot of the people, like Neymar for example, I don't like that motherfucker because he's a flopper. Like when anybody barely grazes him, that fucker flies off and lands on the grass. He's like, oh, please give me a penalty. And then he hopes to get a penalty and then he gets a free kick, and that's the majority of his goals. Hate that motherfucker. 2961. Anyone who touches the goalie or the main kickers get messed the fuck up by the other team. From the soccer I watch, it doesn't happen too often. Like when the goalie gets injured, that's a big no-no in soccer. Because the referee really punishes like the opposite team if they hurt the goalie, considering that's like his whole fucking role is to protect the goal. And it really sucks when the goalie gets replaced by like the backup goalie, because you know he's not as good as this goalie, because you know this goalie's in place for a reason. Nah, but floppers, that shit's a problem. That shit's so annoying. There's a whole compilation and montages of people flopping, and it's just so stupid. They pretend to get hit in the face. They pretend like they got shot in the back, like a fucking soap opera. Sometimes they pretend like if their ankles will never work again. There's even funny compilations of like, you know, for example, like one of the floppers, they would run over, they accidentally bump into the referee, not even the player, the referee, thinking that it is the opposite team, and then they would flop, and they're like, oh shit, you're just a ref, my bad. Like they would be all dramatic, pretend to get hit really hard, and then realize it's the referee, and they feel stupid. It's so dumb. It's like the dumbest shit, and that's like the biggest problem in soccer right now is the amount of floppers there are in the game. 2962. And there's some teams in the soccer games that like they always kind of pass in a triangle formation in the back in their safety side, and they do it over and over again until they find an opening. And a lot of teams are guilty of this, and it's so fucking annoying when they do that. Like they do it to stall for time, but also like to look for openings, and they don't care how long it takes. They'll keep passing it to each other over and over again, and it's very annoying. I don't know. Sometimes you see players that get their skin snapped into the letter Z, or shin snapped. No, yeah, no, it happens. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that there is floppers out there. Like, people do get legit injured. There was one occasion where, like, Neymar, like I said, for another example, I know him as a flopper, and like the one time he did actually get injured, and I remember thinking to myself, get up, you fucking pussy, get up. Next thing you know, this dude gets escorted by a helicopter, and it turned out to be an actual injury, that his ankles was messed up, and this was like in the World Cup or something. So yeah, I don't know, it was kind of like the you know, the boy that cried wolf type of syndrome type of thing, because he did flop multiple in that game where he got injured. I think that's the game where it was like Brazil versus Colombia or something like that. He did actually get injured when I thought it was bullshit, because he was flopping the whole game earlier, like at least 3 times. No exaggeration either. 2964. I don't know how long he was injured for either. NBA current meta is basically to shoot from the half court. Is it really? I haven't been keeping up with any of the NBA stuff, so I wouldn't know. A lot of the NBA, like, they like to, you know, go close as possible and get fouled on purpose too. Like, they would die for it just to get the foul and the 2 points. Which, you know, I kind of understand, but at the same time, you don't have to fish for the foul either. I don't know, you don't need to... Like, that's their whole strat. They just want 4 points rather than 2 points. And I understand that in a strategic standpoint, but it's all like, you don't want to keep on doing it. Like, I don't know. Sports are kind of lame these days. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't watch it in a while. We need Quidditch or something to be real. No, honestly, yeah. That would be cool as shit. I think from like 10 years ago or something, I was pretty excited for a sport that might be upcoming, 2965. There was like I forget what it's called, but it's just basically basketball, but like they're on trampolines. Like, I thought that was pretty exciting, and it was on TV for a bit. I don't know why it isn't popularized anymore. They just stopped doing it. I'm pretty sure they are still doing it, but it's not as famous as it used to be. And it feels kind of weird that it's not famous, in my opinion, 2966. Because, like, I don't know. I feel like in a world where that isn't famous, where people are, like, imagine a professional team that's good at basketball and also good at bouncing off trampolines, that could perform an exciting game, yet there's slap boxing as a sport that's like super televised and super paid for it and stuff. And I got friends, keep in mind, that is a part of slap boxing, but it's just, this is in mainstream but not the basketball trampoline game. It doesn't seem right to me. It doesn't make sense in my head. Like, I'll watch the occasional slap box and see the clip every now and then. I wouldn't watch it in the entirety of the event unless my friend's there. So, I don't know. That's kind of where I stand on it. I would for sure would love to see in a stadium this basketball trampoline game. Hell yeah, I would absolutely love to watch that. That sounds fun as fuck. That sounds pretty exciting to me. But they stopped doing it like 10 whole fucking years ago, and I don't understand why. Maybe because it's fucking dangerous? I don't know. Baseball hasn't disappointed me. It's still baseball. In my opinion, baseball, like I said, is my least favorite sport. So I don't really partake in baseball. I was gonna give it a shot and play it in high school. Like I said, I didn't have the grades for it. I think baseball would be, well, like, you know, for elementary school, for example, like, you know, kickball or something like that, where they roll it to you and you kick it. If you miss it, then you know, you're not that good at it or whatever. 2968. But my whole point with kickball to baseball is the majority of the time the people actually hit the ball and then they end up like attempting to catch it or whatever. I don't know if I counted the last oddish. But I don't know. I can't sit in a stadium and just hope that the ball will get hit and for it to not happen. Because I would like, you know, action to happen a lot of the time. I know that sounds like a lot of a person with little attention span would say, but that's kind of my reasoning why I don't like baseball. But that's just my opinion. You know, if you like baseball, more power to you. But that's the reason I don't. Like if baseball was constant, like you know, like well, hold on, let me look at your thing. Okay, I will say the lamest and best baseball game I ever been to was in Korea. Field was smaller and it was pretty much a ball-heavy game. Nothing happening, but then the transferred American. Home runs every time he's on the plate. That's good. I mean, like I said, like if it's an action-packed game where it's constant hits, then yeah, then baseball would be exciting. But a lot of the time it's very slow. It was so funny. The teams were like 5-foot Asians and like 1 or 2 Americans on each side that was shutting the game forward, shuffling the game forward. My bad. I thought they said something else. Because if you ever play a baseball game, like in a video game, that shit's super fun. Like, you ever play Mario Sluggers, that is super constant. Where the more likelihood the character's gonna hit the ball and you have to like, you know, strategize and try to catch the ball and hope that it doesn't go for a home run, and if it hits it off, you catch the ball and you try to throw it to first base or second or third base or whatever, to the home plate. Like that, all of it, all the wheels are turning, and that's what makes that exciting. That's what I'm hoping for, the best type of baseball games. But yeah, a lot of the time, in my opinion, it's just way too fucking slow, nothing's happening. And I get the whole point of the pitchers for the other guy not to hit the ball. But that's like the boring part of it. It gets entertaining if the whole premise is if the pitcher gets away with it and gets a perfect game. Then by all means, sure. But I don't know, other than that, it's just not entertaining to me. And like I said, I'm a wrestling fan too, and back then they used to have it on UPN. And every now and then baseball would be on, and they would always have overtime games because no one was scored. And it would take sometimes a whole hour until fucking SmackDown starts, and that always pissed me off too. And that's every time I would turn on the TV. Every now and then when that does happen, I watch the overtime portion of the game. So that's the only time I would actually watch, well, I mean, I never watched a full game of baseball, but I've seen the overtime games a lot. Never really my cup of tea. And I know that'll disappoint people that do like baseball, but that's just the unfortunate truth. That's kind of where I stand with that. But like I said, you know, I was gonna give it a shot. I never got that opportunity. But yeah, if it was like, you know, kickball rules where you could hit the ball and then just have everybody active, then absolutely. I like how it's chill. Certain teams are definitely better than others. My go-to team is the Nationals, and they typically score well in their games. That's good. I remember when Barry Bonds was very prominent, hitting over 700 home runs, but then like he was added to have steroids. But at the time it was exciting. Like every now and then I see a clip of him hitting a home run. Even with steroids, that's still impressive to hit the ball at all. You know, it's a pretty good feat. 2972. Dodgers have been pretty good. I was dying when Gura was in there at one point. Don't know who that is, but yeah. But yeah, when sometimes it felt like the people that hit the home runs the most, the pitchers just kind of give up and toss the ball slowly just for them to hit it and just to give up the play. Because I swear, there's been multiple occasions with these home run guys that they just slow down the ball. And I don't know if it's just my imagination compared to others. And I know best case scenarios is when, like, you know, all bases are loaded or whatever, and then you send out Barry Bonds or a home run guy to just clean up and shit like that. But I don't know. Do you not know who Garo Gura is? The name sounds familiar, but no, I don't. Did I count it? Fuck. I don't think I did. I don't watch baseball like that. I don't know how you're surprised by this. I don't know most baseball players. I could tell you, like, I don't know 98% of baseball players. Maybe even 99% baseball players. Like, I cannot stress enough that baseball is my least favorite sport. So for me not to know a handful of players, it shouldn't be surprising to people. Let's see here. She was the single most popular VTuber on the internet for years until she semi-retired a couple months ago. Oh, she's not a baseball player at all. No, I don't follow VTubers. That's probably why then. I didn't realize she had nothing to do with baseball. I knew that name sounded familiar though. Yeah, I don't follow VTubers. I don't know too many of them. I only know a few only because, you know, they started as regular YouTubers and converted to VTubing, like LucaGen for example. And like Tricky, she ended up starting, you know, PokeTubing, and then she became a VTuber. Mux or whatever, he's kind of always secretly been a YouTuber, or VTuber I should say. Yeah, so I don't know. Every now and then too, on Twitter, it just keeps having like the trending live page, 2976, and for some reason it just keeps on appearing on the side of my screen, but it's like, oh, doggy licks or vampire humming or some shit like that. And then like once you go into the stream and then you skim through it, because that's every single time I do, because I start picking up that it's just the same sound over and over again, because it's an ASMR VTuber stream that is just the same sound for hours, literal hours. And I'm not really ASMR prone, but like, yeah, it's not even on my feed. Like I said, it's on the right where people are like podcasting and streaming and shit like that. And now it doesn't, it always pops up now. I'm not crazy about VTubers. I think they're rather cheesy, but she had random funny moments that were amusing to me. There was one, who was the person that like Kai Cenat surpassed? There was the other one. I don't remember her name, unless that is the person you're talking about. 2977. Because I saw a few clips of her, because I didn't know about her till like the whole Kai Cenat surpassing her thing. But like from the few clips that I seen of her, I thought she was pretty funny for the most part. And she was pretty humble about it too. She was like pretty proud of Kai Cenat for passing her. 2978. I kind of would like to see a Kai Cenat stream. I just never had the opportunity to. I know that I can't just, you know, go to Twitch and just watch, but I don't have a Twitch account anymore. And I know I could just watch without having an account, but I don't know. Because a lot of his streams does seem fun, to be honest. No idea. Don't track it that well. I don't remember her name, but it should be easy to find. It's like Kai Cenat surpasses blank 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 Twitch viewers, and I'm sure she'll pop up. I could probably look it up right now. I don't know. 2979. I kind of would like to pass 3,000 before I end it off. I'm sure I'll be able to in 15 minutes. Except I feel like I messed up, so I think I need to go a little bit over 3,000. Because if I go at 3,000 and it turns out I fucked up counting, then I don't know. Just the same errands I usually do. You know, the routine. What about you? Okay. What you put? Iron Mouse? Yeah, Iron Mouse. I think. Also, I had no idea who KaiSenat is. You don't? See, that's surprising to me. KaiSenat's, well, because when Garo Gura or whatever, like, you know, the popular VTuber, like KaiSenat, he's like #1 on streaming on Twitch. See, that's surprising to me. He got people like iCarly to be in his stream and everything. And like other stuff too, but you know, I don't know. I wish I knew more about it. I don't even watch his content and I know of him. Because like I said, I don't have a Twitch account anymore, so yeah, but I've heard plenty about him. He trends all the time. He's been in like WWE briefly as a cameo guest, I guess. I'm sure eventually it'll be in other stuff. I don't know how far it is, but that's just from the little I know of him. Reading up on him, he seems like an annoying influencer. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I never watched his stuff, so I really wouldn't know. I just seen clips here and there. But some of his streams look pretty fun, honestly. Not all of them. Some of his streams kind of look like he just got like a bunch of friends over and I don't know, something about his friends sometimes is kind of like, I don't know, man, something about them. They don't seem like the most loyal bunch, I guess, to say. That they're just there just because the, I don't know if cloud chasing is the right word. And it's not even anybody specifically, but it's just like, what 14 of them random people would show up on like a random day if it wasn't for the fact that he's famous and streaming and shit like that? You know what I mean? It's like that type of deal. I'm not gonna ruffle any feathers though, but you know, that's just the feeling that I get. It's just like opportunist type of shit. Well, whatever. It's just whatever it is. Let's see. 2981. But the iCarly one seems pretty cool. She seemed happy to be there. I do know that one of them, there was like a magician one that, like, I don't know, that one's pretty annoying from the clips that I've seen. Because they're like trying to debunk his whole magic thing, so everybody and his friends are like super close just to be like, oh, you can't fool me, I'm gonna look everywhere, and I just found that annoying. It's like, man, let him be, let him just perform. He didn't go here just to be fucking defamed and shit. So that part I do find annoying. He got famous for being the reaction master, a type of tuber that I don't care for, and being on that Amp Advantage show, which was a temp YouTube group. Oh, I didn't know about that. I don't know what Amp Advantage is, I don't think. Yeah. Let's see here. Body Slam. 2983. I'm starting to get hungry. What were we talking about before the whole... we were talking about baseball, right? And then it got switched to VTuber, then Twitch and stuff, and then KaiSenat. streamers I used to look at back then, I used to watch like Proton John and Luca Jin, and I like looking at Proton John streams a lot back then because it was, I'm still sure that he does it to this day, but he does something called Fortune Cookie, which is like a website that archives all his video games that he has, 2984, and he uses that because he has so many games as basically as like a raffle. So like, you know, he would raffle them up and then 3 games are selected or however games he wants to put like every other hour or something. Like he's like, okay, do you want a fortune cookie or continue with this game that we're playing? And then if people call it fortune cookie or whatever, he does the fortune cookie, 3 or 4 games pop up, and then people could vote on which game, and then that's the next game they play for an hour or however long they want. And so many memes come from the fortune cookie stuff, it is insane. Like there's Robo Waluigi, Pepsi Man, like all that crazy shit. He has so many games. Oh, I recognize him from the Flash Skits animation where he also famous for being a terrible gamer. I don't know which Flash Skits you're talking about. I don't know what that is. Hopefully I counted it. But yeah, that's the Proton John stuff. I miss those streams. Those are really fun. And you know, every now and then I look at the occasional Luca Jin stream. Not all of them, because sometimes she like, you know, plays some games that I would rather not watch. You know, like Barbie Horse Adventure cleaning hair. So I'd rather not. But you know, that's just a example. But other than that, I like watching Luca Jin's content too. Who else? I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to remember who else I watched. I know there's a lot more than that. That was back in the day, not nowadays. I sent it to you, probably watch it later. Okay. Is it lengthy or something? How long is it? How long is the video, I should say? I should probably not have a pause moment. I didn't count it, did I? 2987. Less than 3 minutes. Oh, that's not that bad. Okay. I was watching this video. It was Pokemon Trainer Red versus Ash, which is like basically Ash's best Pokemon versus Red's Pokemon, basically, in a 6v6 in this animation. And it's like 17 minutes long. It had a pretty good thumbnail. And I'll withdraw by saying my opinion. If you're interested in seeing that video, you know, you could deduct your opinion on it. But I think it's worth the watch, for sure. It's an interesting animation. I'm sure you'll find it easily. Let's see here. Slam. 2988. Oh, also I watched the Death Battle the other day. I forgot to mention that. Ruby versus the Soul Eater gal. Albarn? I don't know how I don't know that name. I forgot the next Death Battle. What's coming up? Oh, I don't remember. I think it was Blade versus Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right? Some shit like that. That's a weird ass choice of a death battle, in my opinion. To be fair, I don't watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer, so I don't know. I only know like one thing of her because this dude did a movie review and then out of nowhere started talking about Buffy the Vampire Slayer in a random ass episode. And that's my only exposure of that. Yeah, Ruby had no chance of winning. Yeah, unfortunately. I never watched Ruby from start to finish. I would like to, just to see what it's all about. 2990, because it seems like a lot of people liked it. Like, I'm sure it is popular if it is in a game and all, just, you know, in a very, very prominent fighting game. So it has to be good, right? Like, I don't know. There's some characters that I found pretty interesting. Like the girl that looks like Peach, that has like the little gauntlets that could shoot out guns. Like, I thought that was shoot out guns. You know what I mean? Shoot out bullets out of her fist. I thought that's pretty cool. And that's enough for me to want to watch. Basically, all their weapons are also guns, and I like that. That's our last body slam, huh? Okay. 29.91. It wasn't a fair matchup to begin with, to be honest. Anime matchups are only fair when their stories are both done. Ruby isn't that far along in their story. It isn't? Wait, how I feel like Ruby's been a show for like 14 years. How is it not close to finish? That's shocking. I thought it would be at least closer to finish, if not done. I have no idea how far it is, but I swear that's been out for like damn near the past 15 years or something. Ruby's not even close to done? Is that like a speculation, or is that like are they on hiatus for a long time? Because I know the whole Rooster Teeth thing got shut down recently, and probably 2020 had a big factor in it. I'm not sure what you mean of that it isn't far. Unless you're talking about her as a character. I don't know. I bet if you hear the mic get hit there. Is this 188? I almost said 87. I think it's 188. Let's go fly over. Yeah, but keep in mind the first like 2-3 seasons were episodes that were like 5 minutes long. Only after Only after that did they started getting to be like 10 to 20 minutes. So the first 2-3 seasons were 5 minutes long. How many seasons are out so far? So like at season 4 and so on, they've been regular paced, like episodic, proper pace, and not a micro series. Well, it was 187 after all. Fuck's sake. Let me just fuck it. I don't feel like keeping it and then naming the other one 187, then me forgetting or some shit. Because, yeah, I forget that is another consideration, because Rooster Teeth shows were very, very short, because, like, there was Red versus Blue and shit, and I didn't watch that either. Let's see here. 187. Let's go right here. I want to surpass 3,000 because it's practically already 5 o'clock, and I would like to end it, but I do want to get past 3,000 at least. Special attack down, special defense up. Stats are pretty decent. Adaptability, careful nature, somewhat of a clown. Okay. We're gonna have to get an egg pretty soonish. But the dude is not available, so we're gonna have to fly. 9 in total, but then the OG director, story maker, died in like season 6, so season 7 was pretty much a nothing potato. Oh, 9 total seasons. So director and story, so he died in the middle of season 6, I presume. Hopefully he told somebody what his vision is. Like, you know, where the story was supposed to lead to, because I'm sure that they don't really have a plan anymore. you know, if he passed away and stuff, it's like we won't actually get the real finish of what is intended if he had one in mind, or where he wanted to go with that. So we don't know. Overall, Ruby got bought by someone else now, so hopefully they go for a reboot to have the story, art, and direction was actually consistent. He did, but I don't think it was finished. So hopefully they go for a reboot. Oh, is it because Rooster Teeth got bought, basically? Or is this before that? Alright. You know how he passed away? I'm not sure. What the fuck? It's almost 6 hours? What? Oh, I guess that makes sense. It was like 11 o'clock that I started. I would like to get over 3,000. That's why I'm going a little bit overboard. I'm fucking starving already. And that's 2,992. Yeah. Okay. To my knowledge, she went for a safe surgery, but died from basically an anesthesia overdose. Maybe also allergic. Been a while since I read into it. Damn. Well, that's unfortunate. I thought it was something else. I thought it was like either possibly, you know, a sickness or a car accident or something. I could have easily called this title 3,000, but I think I'll save that for two bets if I eventually do it, you know. I don't know why I'm thinking about this. I'm like, should I kill Oddish? Yes, this is what you've been doing for the past 30 days. Okay, not quite that many, but still. Okay, got 2,994. Yep, he went into anaphylactic shock during his procedure. I don't know if I said that word even remotely close. And I hope I counted that, because I don't have any recollection of me counting that. I probably didn't. I feel like I miscounted more so rather than double counts, that I just didn't count certain Oddishes, which is a good thing. 2,995, aka died of allergies. Damn. I didn't even know you could be allergic to anesthesia, but I guess to be fair, you could be allergic to practically anything, right? There's some crazy allergies out there. Supposedly the doctor thinks I'm allergic to something. I don't even know what I'm allergic to. Apparently I'm allergic to everything, according to him. Doesn't make fucking sense to me, does it? Or to anybody else. Come on, don't fucking miss Megahorn, bro. Kill him. 2,996. He was only 33 too. Yeah, that's pretty young. Phantom. Allergies just means that your body is overreacting to something, sometimes way more aggressively than others. Yeah. Sometimes it's very... Well, I'm I'm gonna misuse this word. I wanted to say deafening, but deafening, like the way I'm saying it doesn't really make sense. But you know what I mean. It's you know, there's certain allergies that really fucks up a person for sure. That gets them closer to death. So that's 997. I still don't understand the whole chlorine water thing, but I guess is what your explanation makes more sense than most. That chlorine on direct contact just makes a person itchy, which I never seen anybody else has. But it's not like I'm like I see chlorine every day, so I wouldn't know. It's that fucking chemical though. The person doesn't know how to clean his pool properly. That's the first and only time I've ever seen that. So that's 998. And I've seen dirty pools, BRB, okay. We're approaching 3,000 though. Pretty good, pretty good. Hopefully I'm not miscounting. I know I'm pretty distracted, oh god. 2,999. To watch Dragon Ball. We're gonna start from the top. It's gonna be 2 whole years till we get fully caught up. Maybe even 3 years. Even worse if I get a job and I have limited more time schedule on my hands to deal with. That would suck even worse. But we're starting it. I ran out of those. And we got 3,000. I think? I hope. 3,000. 5 more thousand to go. Yeah. What if, like, even if I do the Zubat thing, that like the whole time I'm like going for Zubats and Oddishes, that like it turns out Ghastly's the one Pokemon that shows up as a retro? Wouldn't that be more confusing? I'd be so confused. It's like, so it is possible, I think, but it doesn't help answering the question, you know? Because like, you know, again, like there's certain banned Pokemon of vintage mons, and I don't know if Oddish or Zubat's under that category. But imagine if Ghastly just pops up. How little that answers. It's like, okay, so I didn't even kill one of the Ghastlys, and it's 500. So maybe it's out of the 1 out of 4,000 thing. So it's either I was very unlucky with Zubat and Oddish, but also like, or maybe they're just banned along with Eevee. Who knows? I don't know. I wish I could talk to Weedle, but I can't. I wish he was more available. Oh, he will. I'm not sure how many more I'm going for, to be honest. What's a safe number to stop at? Let's just go for like 6 more minutes and then I could head out or something. I'm not sure. 6 more minutes, whatever number stops, then that's when we'll stop. Because before going to pick up my family relative, I would like to like shower before everything else. That's what I would like to do, pretty much. Or else I would have went to 5:45, because like an extra 30 minutes, like no problem and stuff. I don't know why I'm more hungry than usual. Maybe because I just ate earlier or something. I feel like I'm hungrier way sooner than most times. 2003. Alright, 5 more minutes though. we basically hit more than 6 hours, but like from like the 15 minutes to scrape off, it's gonna get reduced more than that. Like I said, even if Retro Oddish pops up, that still doesn't answer questions. I don't know. I'm just looking for hope at this rate. Like, if at least it'll get me a step closer if I do find a Retro Oddish. From there, I don't know. I guess we start at 1500 and look for the Zubats, I suppose. Better now than ever, or whatever. That would be something. So yeah, 3,000 encounters. Still no shiny Oddish or shiny Phantom in this channel. 3005. This place is fucking shiny locked. That's insane. That is so insane. Arm. 3006. And it's a safe bet that means Phantom also pretty much have 3,000 encounters, if not really close. Out of this 1 out of 4,000 chance to find a shiny. Doesn't really help the confidence in getting even a Retromon, even if it was available with these rates. But you know, whatever. Phantom. Alright, well, 3 more minutes. 40ish. I don't know how much exact time I've done this for. I mean, it's not going over 6:15 yet. Because if we reach 6:15, that's the safe number. Not that I want to stop it at 6 hours exactly anyway. It doesn't really make a fucking difference to me. But still. Okay, well, 15 body slams. 3009. Oh, welcome back. I was gonna wrap up the stream pretty soon. We got like 1 more minute or so. Actually, I'll do it. I'll end the stream once I'm finished with the rest of the body slams. How about that? So it's not like oh, welcome back. Anyway, see you later, guys, or whatever. So we'll do it after we finish body slams. Because there's like a good 12 or 11 body slams left. And then we'll try to, you know, get ourselves another egg potentially. And that would be good. Unnecessary, but whatever. 3012. By the way, it's common to get rash and stuff when exposed to too much chlorine. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's based on what you were telling me. That's why what you said made the most sense to me. At least I'm not allergic to that shit, that's the good thing. Because I was questioning it for years. Because I didn't know what to tell doctors. You're like, are you allergic to anything? I was like, I think I'm allergic to chlorine, I guess. And they're like, okay, any medicine you're allergic to? No. It doesn't help that, like I said, the other doctor just thinks I'm allergic to everything. And to that I say, hell no. I'm just being dumb. But that's, you know, I don't know. When everybody tells friends about it, they just think that, like, why would you ignore the doctor? If the doctor says it, it's just a fucking commandment at that point. And I'm not like, no, doctors could be wrong too, you know, that's why you could ask for a second opinion. Just because you don't ask for a second opinion, that doesn't mean it's law or anything. Because this is like from a person's perspective what they're going through, and that's their assessment of what you, based on what you tell them and shit like that. It's like I said, the doctors don't know what the fuck's wrong with me, so that's their assessment. They assume this, basically. From their professional opinion, this is what they believe is happening. And he's the only doctor that thinks I'm just allergic to everything. And that shit doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So whenever this gets brought up, I'm always gonna bring this part up. Because it's just ridiculous. It's just insane that this is just the answer of this man. 2016. So that's why I don't agree with this. It's just frustrating whenever a different person just go like, well, it's the fucking doctor. Like, listen to the doctor. What do they know? I'm just a professional doctor or whatever. That's why second opinions are a thing. 2017. And for people watching the VOD that doesn't know, the whole thing with me is only when I get sick is when these reactions happen. So unless I'm allergic to me being sick is the only real explanation when it comes to allergies, which also doesn't make sense the more you think about it. And I was sick this year and I didn't have that reaction this time where I was coughing for multiple weeks. It just stopped at 2 weeks, which is the first time that ever happened, strangely enough. Every other time before that, I would cough for literal months. Like, it wouldn't go away for 6 months. And I wasn't even sick anymore. I was just coughing. And, like, you know, regular cardio and stuff like that, and other TMI stuff that I'd rather not talk about, but whatever. It's not like disgusting TMI, but, you know, it's just like, it's just too much details. It's just stupid. But yeah. Doctors only get snapshots of how you are, so if you aren't that very regularly and over a long time, then they can't often be wrong. I don't know if I feel like I misread that. So if you aren't there very regularly and over a long time, then they can often be wrong. I mean, I have visited that doctor multiple times, to be fair. But that's just his answer every time. He wanted to work with me when it comes to all this. And I took ultrasounds, I took MRIs, and, you know, this answer never really changed. That, you know, with these MRIs and ultrasounds, they couldn't find anything wrong with me. They think that I'm pretty healthy, actually, and, like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, that doesn't tell me anything. I know that, like, physically I'm alright in shape, but, like, when this shit happens, I'm no longer that person. You know, I get fucked up. You know? Coughing a shit ton really gets to you. Or, like, you know, when you're doing anything more than 5 minutes of cardio, it really fucks me up with all the acid that overdevelops and shit. You know, even in a person that's in shape or whatever, like, they'll get fucked up if too much acid is going in their way when they're breathing, you know? But yeah, that's just a little bit of the part right here, or whatever. I don't know if I said it last time when I first brought it up, but yeah, like the first time I noticed a huge problem was like almost 8 years ago, 10 years ago, some shit like that. That like I remember I was like coughing out blood and shit. Not like a lot of blood, but like I noticed there was blood when I was coughing and shit. And I remember working and I had to leave the place early because I was coughing so hard that my pec muscle would literally come off and slowly go back in place every single time I coughed. It was very, very painful. And I had to leave work early, and I had to make the excuse, and one of the fucking dudes was an asshole. He's like, yeah, no, you're not gonna leave early or whatever. And I'm like, nah, you don't understand. I'm not gonna stay here. I'm in pain. Like, I gotta get out of here. And that was around that period of time. That's the only time that it happened, too. No other time that, like, my pec muscle came off and then slowly went back in. But it happened every single time I coughed. And like, you know, until I convinced one of them to let me go, and like I even coughed in front of them. I was like, cool, or whatever. She's like, oh my god, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'll be all right. And I left because of genuine reasons, and not like, you know, doing like, oh, I'm a little sick, I can't make it work, or whatever. Like I was being so dead ass. I was trying to get the fuck out of there. And then, yeah, that's around that time when all that shit started, really. And then ever since then, every single time I got sick, like, the whole coughing shit continues. At least the pec muscle thing didn't come off again or whatever. But, yeah, no, all the doctors gave me is just fucking simple cough medicine with honey and its recipe, and then called it a day. And it helped me. Like, it reduced it down and eventually went away, but it didn't solve the fucking whole problem. Okay, well, I think I ran out of body slimes. But yeah, no, it was a huge issue, for sure. Let me just do 10 more earthquakes. Might as well do 10 more earthquakes, and then we'll end it off. Yeah, nah, but it was very complicated. That was like 2017, 2018, somewhere around that range. And I didn't know how bad the whole cardio thing was. For the most part, because like I said, every now and then I did some sort of training, and the training, like when it really picked up on exclusively cardio, that's when I started noticing like acid building up, like blocking my nostrils, my fucking throat, you know, every time it's really bad, and I'm like, you know, doing the TMI thing, basically, like, you know, letting out all the insides out, so to speak. I think I made it grosser by censoring it. Throwing up, basically. Like, even my eyeballs would have acid coming out of it, basically. Not like true acid, but like, you know, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's gross. It's fucking gross. But it would overdevelop, and it sucks. But yeah, I don't know. There's a thing called 555s where there's like this super cardio thing, and it's meant to blow you up and everything. I'm getting super exhausted, and yeah, it's that shit fucked me up. So I was like throwing up for 40 minutes straight, like not even joking. And I knew that was gonna fuck me up, and I couldn't excuse myself because this was like a different trainer involved, and they didn't know better because they didn't really thought it all the way fucking through. Because they'd seen some problems like that before. So yeah, I just went outside the building and threw it for 40 straight minutes and shit. So that was fun. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what to do about it. So I just try not to get sick. So I have to be a true germaphobe and just get away from everybody. Like, whenever anybody's sick around me, I do my best and darnest to stay away from that person. I didn't mean to earthquake this shit. I didn't mean to kill this phantom. Shit. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's been like over a year and 3 months since I talked to the doctor, and I would have liked to solve this problem. They fucking charged me for no fucking reason when I paid for everything too. 3025. Like I had already paid for everything, and then they still charging me for something else when treating it like if I never paid to begin with. I'm like, what? I paid upon entry because they wouldn't let me inside to talk to the doctor anyway if I didn't pay. So that's paid for. Going to the MRI and ultrasound was paid for by me, by those buildings that do those things. And like, I don't know. And I even bought my own medicine from the pharmacy, what they prescribe. So I'm kind of baffled on why they are charging me anyway every now and then. And then I call them going like, so I paid for all these things, why are you charging me? And yeah, they're like, oh shit, sorry or whatever. Are you sure you paid for everything? It's like, yeah, I'm positive. You guys wouldn't let me talk to the doctor if I didn't. And every now and then that slips through the cracks and they send me the letters anyway. So like, oh, you know, you have to pay us or everything. I mean, I hadn't had a letter in a long time, but they still send it every now and then. It's fucking annoying. And I'm not gonna pay it because I already paid everything else off, like since last year. Everything to the day, at the day, like that, you know, because I didn't have insurance, so I had to pay by out of pocket and shit. So it's like, yeah, I paid everything. That's how it works. You pay to go inside if you don't have insurance. But you know, whatever. They're just gonna do that. Hopefully I'll go back. I'm sure they're gonna have that complication happen again, where they go like, oh, it says here you owe $4,000? That's not actually how much they're charging me, but I think they do have like 15 other payments, but like I said, it's not something I'm gonna fucking pay for, because everything I did, I paid off already. In fact, there's some times I had to talk to the doctor for like less than 5 minutes, and they felt bad that I paid full price to go talk to the doctor. They even refunded me some of the money back because they know I only talked to them for 10 minutes straight or whatever, or 5 minutes or however long it was. They refunded money to me, and yet they don't realize that they're like, oh, you have to pay more. What? What do you mean? So yeah, it's very fucking stupid. So yeah, what you put? It's bizarre how good-willed medical professionals will talk and then turn around and ironically be one of the most financially predatory places on earth. No, truly, that's how it's been. Especially like there's a few times in the past, the same problem with the whole coughing issue. Except back then, I remember going to a place where basically I would go to the doctor just so I could get a refill. And that's all I went there for, because I have to talk to the doctor to get a refill, period. And they charged me normal price just to talk to the doctor, like as if I had a whole procedure exam where I just talked to him for 5 minutes. And some of these places and the doctor would just do that without shame at all. And I'm like, bruh, I have to spend like, I think around that time, $110 just to talk to the doctor for 5 more minutes, only to get a refill and pay more for the pharmacy. It's some horseshit. But anyway, that is pretty much it. We got 4 other eggs, and we're ready to call it, and we refreshed our moves and everything. Maybe in the future I'll talk more about like the doctor stuff, I guess. I mean, there's like so much when it comes to that. But yeah, tomorrow... Dude, this Jigglypuff has perfect IVs. I just realized. Well, it's a mystery gift mod, but holy shit. Does this other one it doesn't have perfect IVs. This Jigglypuff had perfect IVs and it's still not good. That's insane. The Igglybuff was terrible using it. I refused to use it when I was grinding with it. But yeah, next time, tomorrow, I don't know what time I'm gonna start. Probably at 12. Probably at 12, I would say, and I have no idea. I'm gonna have like the thumbnail be Bandian or some shit like that, unless we get a shiny tomorrow. I don't know. If only you could breed it. Yeah, seriously. Mystery Gift Mons just cannot be breeded, apparently. But yeah, if you like this episode, don't forget to press that like button. If you really like this episode, please consider subscribing. If you haven't considered subscribing yet, please watch another one of my videos. I play the video games. Any of you like playing video games, you might like my stuff. With that being said, in the next time, we're going to do what I already said. And for people that are watching the VOD, if you're feeling generous, of course, you could always donate here to help me out, whether it is Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Zelle, Patreon, or GoFundMe, preferably GoFundMe, because then you can keep track of how much is being paid. And we got $50 so far. Thank you so much to, of course, thank you so, well, I don't know if I I have a feeling it's UFO, but thank you so much to Fo, pretty much, and everything, because that's why I was hesitant. I was like, should I say the name? I'm not sure. But yeah, either way, white tigers and dragons to you, and you've been Scarb of the Night. I'm out!